2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none.
Well, there's only 6 games remaining here for the EMEA qualifiers. 6 games to determine which teams we will be sending to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. Which teams are going to get the majority of the PGC points as well, Mark. It's good to be back for the final day. We've got some good action ahead of us for what's been a field of teams and a lobby that's been contentiously close the whole way through.
It has been close, but it's been close for 2 different days as well. Day 1, we saw the VP kicking things off, and there was a story there, and every team getting a chicken dinner, give or take. It's very, very different. Yesterday felt more aggressive. We saw FaZe, hashtag FaZe Sundays, or in your case, FaZe Monday. They really sort of stole the show yesterday. Yes, that middle section wasn't kind of their piece. Maybe they just called out for a bit, but they were explosive on the last game. But it is still quite tight. Any opportunity, realistically, with any team on the left-hand side, if they put a good day number 3 on, could get themselves into that top spot. But don't forget, we've got obviously Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and VP, which have already secured their slot because of the power rankings. They could be really disrupted because they are going for those points, as you said. And if they gain the points, we might see these sort of second, or these teams trying to lurk their way in to get a ticket, could be up for grabs.
One of the talking points we had as well closing yesterday were the teams on the right-hand side of the leaderboard, the ones not doing so well through the first 2 days, and whether or not we kind of put a line through them. The general consensus for both of us was essentially, let's see what the first 2 games are going to be like, and then we can kind of make a decision. So that's where we're even coming into the final day. Tournament format, for those a little bit unfamiliar, maybe only just joining us for the first day, or a refresher, reminder, we had 24 teams. 8 made it through from round 1, then the final 16 played it out round 2. It's a format that we've all seen in PUBG, of course, then down to the finals. The final 16 teams of which we've been able to broadcast the finals, which has been great. No more behind the curtain shenanigans. We've been able to see the action, and the action's been great.
Stop stirring the pot. It has been great. It has been intense. I think that's why people wanted to watch it. But yeah, you're right. It's obviously with the round 1 and the round 2, yeah, some teams really got their qualifications towards the spot early on, and then obviously the seconds got a second chance, or the last chance, should we say. Point system still the same, super set. So obviously, as for those that don't know, if you're 9th to 16th, you're not going to get any placement points. But if you've got some kills, you got 1 point per kill, and then you find yourself clawing your way an extra point every team you take out until you get to first spot, where you'll be granted with a whopping 10 points for a win.
Yeah, that's pretty much stock standard, which has been really good for the teams, for the players, for the viewers, that it all keeps it simplified when it does come to EWC. It does hold its place within the main circuit, PGC points, same rule set, same maps as well that we've been able to get through, which have been flipping, rotating throughout this tournament, which is intriguing because what today's essentially going to do for us, Mark, is we will end on Erangel. Now, typically, we start with Erangels, right? Which means we end with Miramars. Well, that's not going to be the case. We will continue where we left off, which is Miramar. So we will begin Miramar today for the final day, then into Taego, then into Rondo, and then we get the best saved for last.
And it's just more aggressive. Your game 5, your game 6, or game 17 and 18 in this case will be really, really fought out. And again, it's those teams that I do think after we move our way into Taego, it's kind of that point there where I kind of start drawing the line. I think you're right, as we were talking yesterday, there are some teams potentially unable to get there at the moment. But if they were able to start quicker, they might get themselves closer on that left-hand side of the table. That might set them up for the Taego, the Rondo. They've been really interesting maps as well. And we've seen changes of teams when it comes down to delivering points. But it has to start now. And actually, what better map to do it on? Miramar, a little bit bigger, able to sort of spread yourself out. And the Navis, they love that wide split early, which we've seen so much of them. Be keen to see how they potentially can disrupt it. But then we go down to the game 5 and game 6 today. And if you're in touching distance, you might see some teams go full send. And that means they're either make it or break it.
I'm just looking at the leaderboard for myself here, Mark, and I always like to go into the final day and sort of beg the question as to predictions. Who do you think is going to make it from here? 6 games to go. We've had a decent body of work, right? We've had good samples to now look at. Is it as simple as looking at your phases, your Gaming Gladiators, your bet booms, the ones that are kind of towards the top as we kind of get a reminder of our teams here? Or are you sensing maybe a How, a Sauna Boys, who have shown a little bit throughout the first 2 days, but can they show us even another level to go to get into a top 3 position?
If I had to play the call now, I'd go with those phase Gaming Gladiator BB. I think How always seem to find a way to claw in. They always do it. So look, they're not far away, 3 points off the mark at the moment. Sauna Boys a little bit behind that. Navi, Twisted Minds and VP, look, again, if they have, as I said, good day, good game 1, game 2, they could be very disruptive. And then Esports, maybe one of the last teams I might put in the mix. They're quite far off the mark, but if the Navis, if the Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro, which is funny enough is 6th, 7th and 8th, if they have really good games and we see the phase game Gladiators, BB and How, even Sauna points to a degree, if they don't get a lot of points, maybe a team like Foot could capitalise, they could be explosive, but they have to really back themselves. I think this is something that Foot Esports have struggled. They've got the mechanical skill set, they've got the game plans, but it feels like sometimes they don't back themselves. So coming into this final day, kind of my lines around there. I think Foot, if they need to be really, really good, but as it stands right now, here's Enox. I kind of got to go with how we're seeing it. FaZe, Gaming Gladiators, and BB team, question mark around How.
Yeah, and a bit of a PSA as well, because I've had a couple of people reach out. No live leaderboard for this particular tournament, for this particular broadcast. Tune in, you're not quite sure where we're at. Game 3, what's the leaderboard? I think throughout today it'd be good. Keep up to date with Liquipedia, Twire. There's 2 really good sites that the leaderboard does update as pretty much the game finishes to the same kind of time frame as us anyway, Mark. So it's a really good way to kind of keep track of it. If you miss a game, you come back halfway through, go open a Liquipedia, go open a Twire, and you'll be able to get that leaderboard updated, and then you can kind of track a little bit through the game. We'll do our best to, of course, kind of keep it all updated and have the knowledge around it. This is where things stand with 6 games to go. Only one team having cracked triple digits. FaZe Clan, Gaming Gladiators, evidently just the 1 point behind. The kill difference, though, at least for FaZe, and then you kind of look at how BetBoom as well. Those are all the teams that are 50 and plus, everyone else then 40 and below. They're highlighting to me, and that's why I'm looking at that top 4. I begged the question to you regarding a sense of prediction. Well, for me, I give Hal still a really, really good chance because of their kills. They've got 3 extra kills over BB team, so it's just a little bit of a placement point difference, 6 games to go. I think they showed a little bit more yesterday. They just go one better today, and I think they end up in a top 3 spot.
But it has been down to placement. Look at FaZe, day number 1. They were, what, they lacking 4 placement points? Was it maybe 4 or 6 after day 1?
That's 6.
Yeah, and that's mad. Like, what a game. Obviously, yesterday was completely different, but both Gaming Gladiators and FaZe have very, very high point average when you look against. But again, that FaZe putting more kills on. Gaming Gladiators claiming their points really on those free chicken dinners as they were breaking their way through to clear out some of those games. How have always been very consistent when it comes to the balance of finding placement and, more importantly, trying to find those kills. So you're right in the sense that I think they'll be getting the kills a little bit more. They just need to up their placements a little bit on this final day. Wouldn't mind seeing them bag a chicken dinner. It has been shy so far, but they've been up there most of the time.
Yeah, and I was just having a look as well. FaZe in 8th place when it comes to placement points.
Yeah.
First place, clearly, when it comes to kill points. So the differential is certainly there. I think for FaZe, as long as they can just continue with what has been working, which is essentially just wiping out the lobby and winning a lot of their gunfights, they should be more than fine. What about the global power ranking teams, though? Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, VP, 6, 7, and 8. We've spoken about it. Of course, they are already going to the LAN. They get to go to Riyadh. They get to participate at the Esports World Cup, but they want those PGC points, Mark.
And as for those that don't know, obviously the PGC points that's the crown, or the creme to the creme at the end of the year. And actually with the PUBG 24 season, obviously we see the regional where they get to qualify for 2 LANs. We've already had 1. And then we found ourselves now in the middle part. And actually EWC is such a unique event because you're qualifying to get yourself into EWC. It doesn't matter for any other lands, but it is that one opportunity. If you haven't got these points, and actually you can make an opportunity over. Now let's get ourselves geared up though. It is game number 1. Enough of me waffling about PGC points. Flight path is going to be in east, down towards the southwest, but it does favour this southeast. Will we get a Los Leones? Will you get the islands that we were so desperately close to getting yesterday? There's all up for grabs, but it's game 1. It's day number 3.
Yeah, it feels like a good day for what's been a good tournament, and hopefully we can get a good finale. It certainly would be deserving of that. No real clear breakaway. Yes, your phases, your Gaming Gladiators, your BBs, your Hows have certainly got themselves into a good position, but by no means are they safe. I mean, even FaZe kind of, if it wasn't for that last game yesterday, we were speaking about them going into the last game, it just kind of tapered off a little bit. Round 9, 10, and 11, 12th, 13th, and 12th. So they actually lost the huge advantage that they had, regained the lead though with the final game. So it's been a bit of shaky ground for the majority of the teams. I think consistency has been hard to actually find. Evidently, we're in a very stacked lobby, so it's always going to be difficult to be ultra consistent. Final day, 6 games. Forget day 1, forget day 2. You go here and you have a 60, 70 point day and you just have an absolute life day. Who knows where that could take you?
Yeah, I think the consistency was better yesterday, but yeah, they got it. They obviously went back after day number 1. They questioned that actually we weren't getting the placement points, we weren't getting in the position. We can clearly win our gunfights, but that's only half of the story. So, well, it's pretty central. We see it play out towards the top of there where we see water treatment. Los Leones is held at the bottom. Another team worth talking about on screen at the moment, Ascend. They just really haven't performed here. I think they're well off the mark when it comes to how they're normally playing. ATC, I think the same. I think we saw a highlight of what ATC had to offer yesterday as well. But both those teams, for me, they struggled day 1, and as a result, they couldn't get in gear for day 2. Could they make a last-minute attempt with 6 games? Well, look, we know it is PUBG. There is anything possible, but there are too many other factors to play for these teams now. So it comes back to that point you made earlier. It's those PGC points. Yes, it might not be the top. It might not be that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but every placement that they will find themselves above, it will be potentially a few more of these PGC points in their back pocket.
Yeah, dead center circle here. Like that to begin for today. Keeps it pretty default, neutral, balanced for everyone inside of the lobby. Not bad either if you're Twisted Minds, KZL, How. Rather central positions to begin with here. Miramar yesterday showed us, though, slow tempo to begin. You know, if you can find a way to get a good pacing throughout the middle portion of the game, get into good positions, you should find success. But if you are out of position, you haven't quite got good spacing control, if you haven't quite got the compounds that you really want, you know, the middle portion yesterday was very chaotic when it came to Miramar. So if you were out of position, you probably weren't then going to have a really good game. Think back, final game yesterday, and who was it? Na'Vi. Compound didn't really have to move. You think about the game before that, Gaming Gladiators, Compound really didn't have to move, especially towards the end. So that's probably going to be a big win condition when it comes to these 2 games of Miramar. I feel like more so than the other maps. Can you get a good prior real estate position early on? Because then everyone else is going to have to fight on the edge.
Oh, we saw a lot of fight on the edge, didn't we? Realistically, lucky enough for some of the kills. Actually, the teams that won was some high kill games we saw. So there is opportunity. FaZe, they sit on the outside here. Looks like we're going to get our first engagement as we talk about position. Well, Graveyard pretty much is in the middle. And Bumble Squad, well, has a few stings, but no real Hornet, as they will also pull in. Do they even know there's a player here lurking, watching? They don't. Couple shots come out, and that's going to be a quick down. And no flush just yet. Okay, so, well, he's going to try and get the flush, and actually, hey, you can't flash in off the bump. It gets sent further away, as Madzy has to use a second one through. Doesn't give an opportunity to get the flush, and there's our first kill.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. Bubble Squad, a team that has struggled a little bit in this tournament. They've had some okay moments at times. They've been able to sting some teams without really causing large issue. They are actually going to swarm in on this Graveyard position, so this end up probably being an opportunity, maybe if you're KZL, second last, you're just above Bumble Squad, but I feel like KZL have shown more promise in a lot of their fights throughout this tournament. This is a good opportunity for them to gain some separation from that last place position. They're happy to take this fight. Why? It's the final day. You've got 6 games remaining. You're second last on the leaderboard. You need to climb rapidly. These are the kind of fights you absolutely now want to change your approach. You want to hunt down. You want to fight this. It's Bumble Squad. Okay, we need to push. They're an inferior team to us. That's the mindset that you've got to have. Love the positioning there of Shipwest. Good double angle. Madzy's probably going down very shortly here.
Yeah, he's tucked himself in. I kind of like that pre-A and that pre-fire as he whipped out left of that pillar, but the player just wasn't there. KZL on the push, and it is that game, or should I say game number 1, but day number 3 antics, where it is that push. It is trying to get every single point you can. It's a good start, but also factor, this is quite middle of the zone, right? So you don't really want to be fighting here for too long, because we saw yesterday a lot of teams coming on the third parties. You can see it sort of lurking as how we're moving down this way. How might even want to have a look down or a little bit north of their position, maybe play into this as well, because if you're in the middle, especially in zone 1, zone 2, you expect the zone to give or take, give you a little bit of love. Now, we all know it's PUBG, and that's not always the case, but there is a time that these 2 teams need to get this finished up, and very quickly.
Yeah, to a degree. I don't know. I think Graveyard's fine here. If teams want to push in, they push in. You still want to take this fight if you're KZL. Yes. I don't think there's ever a world KZL move away from this unless it's like 1 solo, circle 2 pops, and it goes far away. I think they'll be more than happy to just say, okay, well, we'll defend Graveyard, we'll take it. It's pretty good position inside of the zone. Ideally, you want to find Iron Deep and Crossberg and deal with them quickly. Crossberg on the roof, you know where he is. Iron Deep, though, is keeping himself a little bit more hidden. It's been pretty clean, though, for KZL. I mean, they haven't looked like they've ever been in a position in this fight where they're in danger. They might lose a player, or they overstep the mark. They rush, turning corners, didn't clear something. It's been pretty well played from them. Good angle for Crossberg, playing the roof well.
Playing the roof really well. Crossberg, though, he's trying to hold the angle, stopping up that wrapping those Graveyards round. Let's have a little check back towards minus. Obviously time teams will start having a look. Misses the in-between, but he's tracking the player well. So KZL will continue to move back, trying to generate the angles. They've been the more aggressor of this 2, and as a result, they've picked up 2 kills already. Squad have back down towards the south side of compound, but no real engagement. Get to see the map on the other side, though. These teams are starting to lurk their way in. Send on a big split, though. You can see FaZe and ATC. Well, it looks like ATC have gone for a 2-2 split. 2 are in Picardo, so that might kick off anytime soon. But for now, we'll stay with Bumble Squad. We'll stay with potentially Na'Vi pushing in, and KZL, well, with the upper hand, as they do now hold the majority of Graveyard.
Yeah, really well played. Good position to take. I think they'll be more than content to be kind of like neighbors at this point. They don't want to overrush this. It's really difficult. I mean, what do you do to try and dislodge Crossberg? You have to run out in the open. You have to leave your post, leave your positions. They might just take a bit of time to loot up, see if they can find anything. 2 kills. But yeah, you're one of those teams that are desperate, right? Like, you're not a FaZe. You're not a team in the top 5, top 6 that, yeah, maybe you play the safer approach. And, well, speaking of FaZe, it's ATC and FaZe over towards Picardo, taking a bit of an early fight. Crexy goes down. It is a 1-for-1 trade, though. Mixon flushed by James. Crexy's still DB&O. And Fex, as soon as he makes his way up the top of the stairwell, there was a bit of a rat. That's Fuzzface. Yeah, shot him in the back, but James collects the second kill. He's been good in this fight. That will be a very, very quick revive. The rest of ATC, as you can clearly see, really good observer flyover. It's Keta and Marsalek who are not in Picardo. Therefore, that'll be a win for FaZe.
It is a win for FaZe, and arguably they've been pretty tight, especially when coming to gunfights. So there's always one there. There's always a cover point. And in this case, James obviously providing the cover. First FaZe able to get knocked, but no flashes come through. So ATC going to be down to 2 now. They're in a good position. They might be able to hold this one down if the zone does descend back their way. And FaZe 4 strong, now holding Picardo. A couple of kills on the board for them. So I think of those teams that are around them, the BBs, the Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be looking at that kill feed going, FaZe are already off the mark. Maybe we need to change our stance. Let's have a look back at the map, though. Gaming Gladiator as well. Land at the top. Oh, there's a couple of shots come through. It's Chris will put Vorpal sword and he'll tap a score on for him. So there's another kill. We lost all 16 teams, but now down to 59 players.
Oh, spray from Crossberg. It took a while, but eventually did get the knock on to Afrite, trying to play a bit of roof position. And credit to Iron Deep and Crossberg. They've done well to keep themselves alive, not just throwing their lives away. And eventually, Kasu able to find an angle, shoots him in the back, gets the kill, got roof control. It's taken some time for KCL, but they will eventually deal with the pesky neighbors of Bumble Squad. And I would imagine for Iron Deep, it's going to be a case of going out very soon. Maybe another last place for Bumble. If extra spots, you did mention before, could get a couple of teams that might loiter over towards Graveyard. There's a 2-2 split right now for Na'Vi, so Diffx certainly... Oh, we got to see Quepper's Balti off in the distance from the third-party overview. You could just watch the bullet whiz into the head of Diffx. Sosed is close by in a vehicle. He'll go for the revive. I imagine it'll come through, but a lovely Balti from Quepper.
Great Balti. That's better than the Molly.
Oh, and stolen by a doozy.
Doozy has taken. That's a team that needs a point as well, especially seeing... Oh, and then Phil first puts down Vard as well. Looks like Sauna Boys and Primal there outside the zone. That's in Hacienda. The zone looks like it has shifted down a little bit more south. It has played back down towards Graveyard, but not the centre. Graveyard down sits on the east-hand side of the zone. Obviously, Picardo is still in, and we still have ATC. Well, they're give or take roughly in the middle. Can't expect Hal now to move forwards. I would expect a bit more pressure now from Na'Vi down towards this fight. Look at that Gaming Gladiators, actually. They tuck him behind here on Graveyard, and KZL looking towards, well, he's trying to find this final player from Bumble Squad. Give up a little bit of their position and have a new neighbour to contend with.
Yeah, interesting circle pop as well. Yeah, main road split right down the middle, maybe favouring a little bit towards the right side of things where you've got Hal, Na'Vi, KCL, and Gaming Gladiators over towards Graveyard, Virtus Pro on the south side. And if you're an Ascend club, I don't know if you're in a good position right now, as we probably see the demise of Iron Deep. Goes to go for the flash over. He does get one knock, but the numbers prevail, and Bumble Squad go out dead last. For the team in dead last, it's some very handy kills for KCL, though. They're not going to probably climb too high on the leaderboard, but any kind of separation from Bumble Squad is good separation, and they get a free kill onto Levante. And this is the thing with KZL that they've been able to show us throughout this qualifier is you can't take them lightly. Gaming Gladiators, this is a fight you're going to be very careful. 5 kills now for KZL. Pin spotted in through the... Only 12 bullets in that barrel. You will need to reload, and Kasu needs to also heal up.
I was going to say, it's a matter of time before GG get involved. They have, and KZL doing the right thing. Looks like between ATC and Hal, well, Hal will get the final couple of shots into COD as he will go down. So they'll now find themselves in a position where actually Bumble Squad were a minute ago, and GG taking their firm position. Hal still remain one side, and Arvin moves on the other. You can see obviously the kill feed has been lighting up now as a couple of teams do push their way in towards zone. Position will be key, so a few teams will be trying to work in, but what we didn't see was for Esports, they rotated in between VP and Cantera, and VP claims. So a team, as I said in pre-show, needed a good game 1 and game 2, very straight being and. We've got to go into this one now as a solo. That there is arguably might be the cutoff point if Foot don't get a decent amount of placement and a couple of kills really to try and save game 1.
I know you're a bit of a fan of Ascend, and I know they've got a good fan base, but this has been a bad map for them. They are second last when it comes to Miramar through the 4 games played, just the 9 points acquired. You look at their positioning here, the rotating, constantly on the move, not quite sure, at least from this vision and our vantage point as to like, what do they want to do? Where do they want to go? Where do they want to spread out, try and take control, get space, go in early or play edge? It just seems like they're a little bit lost when it comes to Miramar, and the stats back that up. The other team on the opposite end of the spectrum, though, is this team, Gaming Gladiators. Statistically, the best team on Miramar, 46 points through 4 matches. No other team with over 40. So when we kind of talk about the fact that we've got our 2 Miramar games to start today, the Gaming Gladiators, you would hope for their sake, yeah, they continue that form on here, because clearly on the other maps, it might not be quite at the same level.
But we know it's not the level with Erangel with them. They're actually quite far down the table if you look at the points. But FaZe, we know they claim the Erangel, so it's going to be a potential a day of 2 halves. FaZe obviously not bad when it comes down to gaining some points, but real mid-pack table. And it does tell that there are maps out there for every team and every player. Yes, they will play in scrims. Yes, they will know where each other go and survive out. But there's still a little bit of favoritism on some of these maps. And I think the points, well, they don't lie. The zone shifts away, comes back towards the south-southeast. These teams now get shifting. Here's it out. Pop a couple of shots out just to ensure maybe Sauna Boys don't hit the brakes and try and take the third party from that hill. And they've got to be quick, though. Gaming Gladiators, the kings of Miramar, should we say. It won't be long before, again, they want to try and clear this area, maybe with the anticipation that there might be some teams trying to push in behind.
Yeah, Sauna Boys, I think, are a really well-primed team for today. Have they gotten just a little bit better and better as the tournament's gone on? Yeah, yesterday, yeah, one of the teams that actually was quite consistent, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 3rd, 4th, their last 5 games. So can they bring that form into today? I mean, as of right now, they're only 13 points behind BetBoom in 3rd. That's the spot that they're kind of aiming for. Can they get top 3? Can they get to Red? Can they get to the Esports World Cup? Along with those PGC points, they are within striking distance. Marcelek and Keta, down to just a duo. Any trolls in chat? Had some good moments yesterday, Mark. The win, the 12-kill win, highlighted, I think, that what the team can do. They just aren't able to do it often enough to be a true competitor.
It is just that tightening up. I think it's the one game we saw where they really played as a team. As all individuals are really, really strong. But let's see what they can do. Duos can be dangerous, especially in a map like Miramar. We got Twisted Minds, they are pushing in, so it'll be a 4 versus 2. So maybe back yourself up. A lot of shots come in. Navi's not really had to move too much. They've come a little bit off minus now as they move down towards the south. Sauna Boys put themselves in a great position as well. We can see with Gaming Gladiators overlooking. And that's back their way. Vorpal Sword, well, they lost one early towards Ascend. I feel like Ascend are just driving around at the moment. There's that compound they tried to claim day number 1. And I say, it will not be long before we see Twisted Minds crash in towards ATC. And that's going to be the case. Marstek does get the first knock. Baton is looking to run his way in. Keta goes there. Quick kill confirms. That's at least a point on the board. Marstek needs to get... Oh, he doesn't quite get the reload on time. It's 1, it's 2. Batonians will clear both of them. And unfortunately for them, they did lose. So Twisted Minds can be down to a 3-man. ATC able to put at least 1 point on the board for match number 1.
Yeah, unfortunately for Marcelek, you're right. Went for the reload, then at the last second went for the mini swap. Yeah, you don't want the mini in that situation, but it's better than just sitting there with 0 ammunition. And that reload's going to just take far too long. Nicely done in the end from Twisted Minds. But, I mean, Marcelek himself, actually, nicely done. Really didn't get too much help from Keta, who was really kind of just sitting there with a nade, hoping to maybe get something from Twisted Minds over-aggressing into the building as Sauna Boys on the move. Southern Shift, phase 4. T-Bone as the solo for Foot Esports. Largely irrelevant in this game. We haven't really seen them at all. Nice sprayed it. It does land ahead onto Jempty. 3 frag grenades available. Are they close enough though? Well, yeah, he kind of jump peeks it, gets the intel, gets the info. Abiz is going to die in the hay bale. That's a nice, easy kill for Corexi. And FaZe continuing exactly where they left off from yesterday. Able to continue to just farm this lobby. Getting kill after kill after kill. They might lose a player here or there, but they are able to just win these battles consistently. T-Bone survives with the blue zone nade. Falling short, he stays in the shack. Hal, no longer inside of the zone.
They're having a look now. T-Bone, only that 1 blue zone nade. Does he will close the door? Nope, more nades coming our way. Yeah, Sauna Boys maybe stack those blue zone nades up. That might have been the end of Foot, but Sauna Boys looking to try and finish it now. They are pushing their way forward. T-Bone might be relying on some other players and teams are coming, but with a nade that has been post-boxed to perfection for Esports, where they're going to fall in 14th place, and that might there be the line in the sand that Esports didn't want to draw. So the boys' first kill, they're going to be able to sort of retract back. Nice little car fortification, and KZL and GG, well, they're out of time. They've got to get the push. Ping goes down towards the blue zone, and KZL being huge disruptors still.
Yeah, and that's probably been the best way to describe them this tournament. Oh, Kasu lands the headshot of that
Great
spray
shot.
right down below in the smoke as Rox making his way in towards the church. Drop down in the blue. Shiplest in a good position to maybe still get 1 or 2. Gaming Gladiators have been so good on Miramar, but not this time, not this game, not to start today. Rox and Dante, the only 2 left up. Vorpal Swords get wiped out. That's courtesy of Hal. And Rox eventually able to deal with Shiplest, and well, the pest of KZL dealt with, but at what cost, Mark? At what cost? Rox and Dante, the last 2 up, 4 kills, not close to the placement points, certainly looking to be, statistically, one of the lower games for Gaming Gladiators on Miramar.
I think one of the you mentioned before, stats and facts proves that actually this map might have been one of their stronger. So 1 down, they've only got 1 more to go here on the final. But for now, these teams will continue to rotate in. VP have lost 1, but FaZe put themselves in a nice little bowl. The BB, they're in a bit of a trench here. They won't be able to do too much. I think they'll be praying for the zone to play back to them, but I'm really eager 2 sides of the story where we can see how the Sauna boys as they move in. But before and after this, we're going to see that Twisted Minds and BBL. I think we see 4 teams really clashing for that west or that northwest, and then they're going to start moving their way in. Now, a little bit of a standoff, a little bit of calm before the storm, should we say. The zone will now pop. How far does it go? It does pull back to BB, and they get a bit of a blessing. They didn't get all the blessings yesterday when it came down to the zone, but at least they got half a chance on this one.
Yeah, trying to make your way up the hill here, very difficult if you're BBL, but Twisted Minds can't really push out too much in the bowl, keeps themselves covered from other teams, and that's probably the reprieve that BBL need. Lyron actually able to get further up, is down, but will get revived. The smoke's aiding BBL quite significantly and trying to just make their way into the zone. They have to go through Twisted Minds. That's an easy kill onto Example, who was knocked. Lou as well, so they do get 2, and down to just Petulans. Twisted Minds, yeah, not really able to defend this position all that vigorously, losing too many players too easily and quickly. And a good nade from Next onto Quetpa, and now suddenly BBL, having been the ones to climb up the hill to get into this position, find themselves on the top. And now to do to Hal what Twisted Minds really should have done to BBL. They won't make the same mistake. Rox does get wiped out. It will be a low point game for Gaming Gladiators. I did go and have a look at their Erangel stats. Only 17 points gained through the 4 games of Erangel. So that is a big discrepancy. Something to consider for Gaming Gladiators today. It's Code Marco. And it's only him and Ruin that is still left alive. He goes prone, low on health, and it's looking like Sauna Boys, along with BBL, should take them out.
Surely BBL will be loving this. Last in, got the blue on the back. They can control. No, they know they're going to get backfield unless we see our BB team make a dart out the compound towards their edge, but not for now. BBL will start stacking up 3 around the outside. CCI, well, he's going to be looking Overwatch now. How in the pretty much a difficult position, but there's a risk of res versus reward, and don't think the rewards are going to happen with that res. He's got to keep his eyes on the prizes. BBL moved down. So the boys, they are moving in behind as well, but seems like our BBL team, they're just kind of chipping away at this side. They're just moving their way down. It won't be long. How will fall 10th place for them? They need some big points today. They can't be going out as early as that. FaZe, well, they came looking, but there was no one in target for them to put any more points on the board.
That's all right. BBL, though, 6 kills, 4 players up. Good position. Had to fight from a bad spot, too, turning into a very good game for them to begin their day on the final day. A team that needs all the points that they can get. Started in the bottom 4. Now find themselves in the top 8 of this game with a bunch of kills. They can certainly climb up the standings pretty quickly. And every spot you're able to leapfrog is more and more PGC points. A reminder, 1st to 16, by the way, all get PGC points. It's just a matter of how much. Schiller, 1-for-1 trade with Alska. Eventually Scav to fall. A Smash got both of them, helping out his teammate. Schiller, though, does die to the blue.
Only Batulins. Only Batulins would be doing this. He's upside down in a car and he's just letting all the fighting happening. Arguably, if the car was right way up, he might get spotted. We've seen some creative play from Twisted Mind on that before. I just think he's going to he's been spotted. You can't drop the ball with PBL. I thought he was going to let the guys just roll on past before he activates.
Yeah, smart from Smash. Oh, sorry, it was next. They got the kill. Smash has been the one getting the kills, though. FaZe, probably the next team up. Ascend, though, in the background. What's interesting is because they played the south side, we've been watching a lot of this action. All of it's been on the north side, Mark. So Ascend have been able to kind of just slip in at the back, keep themselves quiet, get into the late game. Much better from them, considering Miramar has not been a good map for them. We spoke a little bit about BetBoom too, getting a bit of a compound feed throughout phases 3, 4, and 5. Well, phase 6, it moves away from them. Good little reprieve over to the warehouse for Virtus Pro on that eastern side. BetBoom will have to just move out a little bit, but still good space. Still really good elevation. Phase, next team up. I mean, they'll be more than happy to step up to the plate, though, and take the fight with BBL. They are the kings of fighting in this tournament. Nixie double on to Ascend as they actually made it into the warehouse. So they sent it on to Virtus Pro. Good roof control and immediately good defense of this position. It's Chris. All that remains. Actually, I think Brexco's... Yeah, he's also dead.
Yeah.
That was quick.
Yeah, gone.
I don't even think they had that many kills from this game either.
No, because now what you said, no one's been there. They've been on the south. They've been driving around more than anything. Miles don't equal points there. We'll go for top 4. BB team able to come out the compound now, actually without any contention. BBL, but they've been really the spearhead of this game number 1. FaZe looking to try and close it out, but it's 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 3. It's going to be a huge U2 dump, and it looks like VP and BB going to try and take the victor of this north side battle, because FaZe, well, 6 kills, not as many as BBL, but they're going to try and get rid of them with as much U2 dump as they can.
FaZe in good position here, though. I mean, what is BBL meant to do? Blow at their back, have to push out. Smokes, yeah, can only hide them for so long. FaZe are in certainly the better spot to be. It's just a matter of waiting for them to have to push out at the rock, but how much longer can you even play that? Molotov's not going to do a lot out in the open space. Yeah, Lyron is eliminated. James did get knocked and finished off, actually, by Quizzy. Virtus Pro with a bit of a sightline on this fight, but eventually Gustav and Fex will finish it off. FaZe able to use said good position to beat out BBL. And we get down to the top 3.
Strong top 3. I feel like VP had a big play in actually stopping BB's team to push around the back of BBL and push on towards FaZe, because they're at the kind of the point, the highest point in their section. For them to go up and over, they would have been spotted by the compound with Lucarux and Nixie on top of the warehouse there. And he would be able to see him, so that might stop that kind of Spyro field first move. Doozy has left this area. He's played down towards more of a centre point. Best obviously on the lurk now as he comes around pretty quietly on the south side. I do worry though when you see a wide wrap like that. Like if everything engages on the top, Best gets left on the outside. He doesn't really get many shots. Now the zone shifts back that way. It's going to help him a little bit. BP need to decide which way they go in, and do they play towards FaZe? They try and claw back as many kills as they can, because they've been in the compound for a while. Yes, they've picked up a few, but maybe not as many as they used to.
Yeah, Virtus Pro haven't been too bad either on Miramar. They got the win. They got the opening win. All the way back, day 1, game 1. 3 players up, FaZe down to just 2. You would imagine, though, for BetBoom. Surely this is the kind of game at a good angle here. Kill first.
Great angle. Does pick him as well. Follow up with a nade, so looking to try and stop FaZe moving in. Let's get one DBNO. Gustav able to crawl back slightly. And there you are. That's the angle I'm talking about. Lucarux still clearly on the roof. There you go. Both him and Nixie, they've got such a great bird's eye view. The verticality that's coming from the southeast corner is going to be huge. Now, Doozy does see one coming off, so the corners will be there. Be still one remaining, so they might look for the animation. So hopefully Nixie opts to drop off the back of the compound. But another one down. Still driving for BB team, especially where they've got the numbers. But it could be anyone's game at the moment. Still could be anyone's game.
Yeah, and to be fair, following a little bit the way that we that kind of had compound positions, didn't get a lot of kills. A 7-kill win for Game of Gladiators, a 5-kill win for Na'Vi. BetBoom probably fit that mold going into the 3rd Miramar game in a row, where they've only got the 3 kills, but they've had good position. They just haven't really been able to find the kills because no one has been fighting in their vicinity. You go back to Ascend Club and how they got to the top 5. Again, the south side, very quiet. And that's where BetBoom has been located. This is, though, where they can get a couple more kills. They've got the numbers. Now to 4 versus 3 against Virtus Pro with the demise of FaZe confirmed out in 3rd. But a decent game continues to be, well, looking very good for FaZe as the lobby leaders. For BetBoom, 3rd coming into this game. Virtus Pro, 8th coming into this game. So for VP, they've got more to gain, but they just flip a vehicle. They go absolutely flying. Lucarox entered the stratosphere. What happened there?
He got completely ejected. Someone hit the James Bond car. Ejecto Lucarox as he goes flying. Look, it's a... Virtus Pro don't have anything to lose, right? They're trying to gain as many PGC points as possible, so a huge swing round. You've always got to favour the numbers when it comes down to that, but there's a team I want to talk about. BBL, a spearhead. They, especially that mid-game, they were just eager to get as many kills, eager to get as many assists and points on the board as they could do. And that's a good start for them. Very low down the table, BBL. They start game number 1, aggressive. Are they able to claw their way back? No. I think it's still for those PGC points and maybe... for a bit of kudos, but VP, they're going to claim the kills, 9 for them.
Yeah, BBL, I mean, kind of glad you mentioned them. They were tied with Ascend in the bottom 2 position on Miramar coming into this game, so they were able to go and have a good game. Ascend had no placement points on Miramar coming into this through 4 matches, and they were able to get top 5 this game too. So at least for those teams, respectively, able to, you know, turn things around a little bit. But ultimately, it is a big win, though, for BetBoom. They didn't have to do too much, admittedly, Mark. They were in a really good compound position, didn't need to leave it. The circle was very kind to them. But even when it did move away at the end, ultimately they still pushed out, got the kills, and got the job done.
Well, job done. That's what it's winning a bit. It's actually a little bit of 2 halves. We saw an early fight with ATC. Unfortunately, they went down for 2. Then trying to claw back anything they could. Twisted Minds working their way in. Very, very difficult. I suppose, game number 1 for some teams. And I think that drew the line. And one of those difficult teams I want to talk about is FUT Esports. I just felt for them, that rotation in between Na'Vi and VP. One, you don't want to rotate in between those 2 teams anyway. But then as a result, they do play in. But they go down towards T-Bone. And T-Bone eventually gets picked up by the Sauna Boys. And that was a pinpoint posted grenade. And unfortunately, our FUT Esports fell a little bit short. I think that means they're going to fall short when it comes down to a top 3 now.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, still plenty of action to go. 5 more games. Do apologize here as we're just sitting in the lobby screen. Hopefully we can just continue to waffle on for a bit, Mark, while this gets sorted. But ultimately for FaZe, big game, first place coming into this lobby today. I didn't have any concerns, don't get me wrong, but I did cast my mind a little bit to Na'Vi after day 1. They were number 1. Then going into day 2, well, they ended up in like 10th or something, or at one point they certainly did. So there was always going to be that kind of little question mark when it came to FaZe. Were they going to be able to keep it up? They certainly did. And in the same fashion too. They got like 9 kills or something. That's what we typically expect and see from FaZe, and they were able to achieve that again. We go to the leaderboards for this game in particular. Pretty good spread of points. BB, VP, FaZe, and BBL all cracking double digits.
And look, one of those teams that are already invited, they're up there. So again, being disruptive for the lobby leaderboard, but I think after that 17 points there for BB team, that should be sending them maybe above Gaming Gladiators, maybe above how, above how didn't catch up, sorry, but definitely be putting that gap a little bit further on. There we go. As yeah, look, FaZe move up to 114, BB team at 109, Gaming Gladiators unfortunately fall to a spot. That does put them closer towards how. You got to remember how haven't moved their position. They are still chasing down the 3rd place, but I'd rather be in BB spot than GG.
Yeah, this is where you start to get that fine marker out, unfortunately. I know it's that dreaded marker, Mark, but those teams on the right side now are just statistically unlikely. They have to like double the points that those teams already have. 5 games to go. Those teams are still going to get points. That right side of the leaderboard not looking like they will contend. But as I said before, you get PGC points all the way from 16 to 1st, and it keeps scaling. So the beauty of this tournament is you've still got something to fight for until the end. Even if you Bumble squad, the difference between 16 and 15 is still some PGC points. So good start for FaZe, VP, BetBoom. Again, a lot of these lobby leaders from day 2 starting well on day 3. We're going to head to a break. When we do come back, though, it will be actually our last game of Miramar for this tournament. I can't believe it. Usually it's the last map, but don't fret. We've still got 5 games in total. Well, I hope you didn't miss this because we won't go on for very long. Game 1 done. One more game of Miramar to go, and then we've got the other 4 to follow after that one. Again, picking up where we kind of left off from day 2 is the vibe that I got from game 1. Outside of maybe a select few game of Gladiators, okay, maybe not quite picking up where they left off. Certainly one of their lesser performances on Miramar. They might keep a door ajar, but there's not many teams that can fit through said door, Mark. With 5 games to go, that was kind of the talking point at the end there was you could start to put a line through some of the teams.
I think as well, I mentioned Gaming Gladiators, they were the ones that really were claiming the Miramar games, actually falling a little bit short, allowed Hal to sort of hold on, should we say, to that gap. So last game for Miramar is going to be the last game of our finals for the qualification and last opportunity for Gaming Gladiators, because if they want to extend the lead on Hal or do it in the best map where you put statistically the points on, but they've got to do it quite early on. Hal will go for that middle drop zone and they'll be praying for the zone to play in towards them.
Yeah, I mean, that was like the quickest break ever. I feel like we're speed running because the football's going to be on in a couple of hours. So it's a busy day. Quick, get that done. I don't think we'll beat it. But what we do need to say though for game 2 for these Miramar teams, you know, the likes of Gaming Gladiators, and they're the best talking point for it because they were the only team through 4 games to have over 11 points per game on this map, and then they only get like 4 or so points from the opening game here. Clearly, that's a big drop in terms of the numbers for them. 17 points from their games on Erangel. It does kind of highlight to me that if they don't get points here on Miramar, it's then going to be reliant on them turning their form around on other maps, and that's not always a safe bet.
Oh, it's never a safe bet. It's PUBG. There's no such thing. Flight path though for this one, we're going to get southeast up towards the north central, but these flight paths are again favouring one side, so there's going to be a couple of alt drops here for some of the teams, not their normal go-to spots, but I can't imagine hot drops like Rondo. I think there might be a little bit of a scrabble for those cars, but it is a team like Gaming Gladiators. This is a big opportunity, as I said before. This is going to give them the chance to spread a little bit ahead of Hal, and maybe Hal will then be left chasing as the pack will try and claw back to that 3rd place. And chat will know, Hal seem to always make it. So if there is a gap, if Gaming Gladiators do get a really good Miramar for game number 2, Hal are going to storm their way through the final couple of games. So wait and see. Plane is all done, dusted, about ready to go here for game number 2.
Yeah, and again, do apologize, no live leaderboard, but you can head over to either the Wikipedia page for this event, which is Esports World Cup EMEA Qualifier, or there's the Twire. Twire is very easy. Just go to the front page, and it's the EMEA Qualifier. Of course, it doesn't update throughout the game, Mark, but it's still a good reference point that you can kind of use coming into this game. 114 points for FaZe, BetBoom 109, Gaming Gladiators 103. The only 3 teams that currently have got triple digits, and then a slight gap, just an 11-point gap to Hal in 4th. Like you said, though, if there's going to be any team that can certainly get into that top 3, Hal are within still a very, very good chance. But there's only so many games, only so many chances.
Oh, wow.
The BetBoom for FaZe, it's looking far more likely. Interesting circle over towards Crater, El Pozo. So a bit of the northwest action, which, if I'm correct, I think the first time in this qualifier for Miramar, we've seen a lot of east, we've seen a lot of south. I feel like we haven't seen Crater, we haven't seen El Pozo.
God, it feels like a while. If it pulls back to the town, that'd be interesting. But where the Sauna boys are, Jumpty's going to be pushing through. There's a lot of verticality. We know Twisted Minds, they like to be creative. They will be king of the rocks and maybe try and get an E-pick where they can. If not, they're going to send a bike pretty early on. Elska pulls in. Oh my God, KZL, disruptive day number 1. They drop off Scav, but I don't think he knows he potentially dropped off to his doom. He's running. The shotgun hasn't got the distance on it and he's got nothing else. He's going to go for a nade. That's an opportunity. As the rest of the Sauna boys will, they're going to try and get some gear, then head on back. And Scav, he has to try and hide behind the rock, but these nades will come raining in. Oh, there's a chance.
You missed them both.
Do you run? Do you run with the shotgun and try and take him out?
No, you can't. You can't because Elska's now giving him cover fire. So that was his chance, was to maybe get the knock with the nade, but he was never going to be able to push out to the rock and only had to sword off shotgun. And because Elska was able to pick up a weapon and start to provide that cover. So Sauna boys, I think, are going to get away with this. They've got a vehicle. They can quickly go and pick up Scav. Still got to be careful. KCL in the vicinity with a couple of guns now. But they should be able to get away with this.
Do you know what? High IQ. I know you've not even got a gun. Scav instantly on the run, hearing the players move. KZL tempted to run, but as soon as he saw those gunshots coming back, was like, no, can't do it. But look at this high IQ play. KZL disrupting again. Cog goes out towards the south. He moves on in, does pick up Elska. Scav's going to try and get himself an opportunity to get a gun while he can. Now they are in the bowl, and there's a knock back as well. So both these teams have a slight pause where they might need to get their reses back on. Interesting. No way are we going to be landing a mortar as he's going to dart it all the way back here, Xenox.
I really want to follow this and see if this is going to connect.
Like, they're in the building, surely.
Yeah, the one thing, though, for Sorta Boys is this the kind of fight you want to be taking? I think they'd rather get loot, get good prior position. You know, these buildings right here, you certainly don't want phase one. They have an element of being stuck right now, and KZL being very, very annoying. You know, Sorta Boys are in a spot where they can actually contend, where 5 games to go. If they have really good 5 games and continue to play well, they can actually get something, get somewhere. No offense, but KZL can't. KZL get to have a bit of fun. They get to just run around the lobby, treat it like a scrim, and have fun, see what they can do. But Sorta Boys have got more on the line, and that's where you could kind of see the difference between the two teams, right? And you can't look at it as a negative, but for Sorta Boys, a little bit more defensive. We got to get the pick up. We got to get into the building. We got to get everything was defensive there. Nothing really was offensive. It was all KZL being annoying, taking the onus in that fight. Sorta Boys just want to see, can we survive? Can we get out? Bit scrappy. We need to probably go group up with Jempty, go loot up, go get Crater, then push out, get a bit of higher ground advantage, and they could maybe make a good game of this. But KZL has ruined their early game, and by now already, 5 minutes in, look at that map. Look how many teams have already converged over towards the center point. High ground is so important here.
Yeah, this is the one part of Miramar that has huge amounts of verticality. Didn't take long for that man to arrive, and Battlegrounds will be right up. I think he's got some cover and fire from behind as Intel becoming Master has taken a few shots to reposition his bike, but he'll be looking to try and get high up as where he can. But you're right, and actually it's quite interesting when we saw the map. Jempty was already on his way in towards the bowl, and he started to come back, but there was a clear call towards the Sorta Boys. Actually, no, don't worry about us. You need to get towards end zone position. You've got to play back. So a real difference between those two teams, and against the same there, we're going to see lots of this here. Twisted Minds versus ATC. Football Saw going to ensure Navi will keep on rolling on by. In fact, pops a couple of shots. Now, interesting for me, he might even hit the handbrakes and come back. But for now, Navi already got a secured spot for EWC. They are fighting for those PGC points. And the higher up you get, and Navi are in a spot to potentially claim some decent amount of points away from this.
Yeah, early days. If you're ATC, you know, they're one of the teams that unfortunately probably had their last hurrah yesterday. Game 10, got the win. Could they follow up from that? Well, 5th with 0 kills, 12th with 0 kills, 15th with 1 kill. So that was their follow-up to their win, which for a lot of teams, you know, the end of day 2 ends up being that kind of situation. They're not the only one. Just want to highlight in that moment as we're watching them on the high ground on the south side of the circle, which, by the way, these kind of circles love to pull up north.
Yes.
La Cobria, Crater Fields, Crater itself. So I still don't really know about that particular position as KZL and Gaming Gladiators renew pleasantries from Game 1 now into Game 2. It was a bit scrappy. I would almost consider Game 1 a pretty fair fight between the two. It's not like Gaming Gladiators came out thoroughly on top. I think they won the fight, but ultimately died to the blue. So I don't even know if I'd call that a win for a team with the aspirations that they have. Dante on the floor, but should get revived. Levante, good position here in the barrel. Spray, not quite going to land. No tags spotted. One frag grenade, not going to be used here. KZL on the move. Don't mind that. Don't mind that for KZL.
Could have been interesting now if they did take a fight again and drop out GG. You're right, 100% right. It's actually the blue zone claim at the very end. Sorta Boys get to hit back slightly as they push down. They delayed going up north, and I think obviously we saw in the kill feed, Master did go down, so Battalions did end that one. Oh, now they're hitting a big punch back. KZL down towards 2. Disruptors still, but now down numbers. Sorta Boys, this is where the mindset's got to be. Potentially, we know there's only a duo there. Maybe just let them live for a little bit longer. If the zone shifts away, maybe make the play. The zone comes back down, maybe eradicate. For now, just keep the heads up. Keep your gear alive here. If you're the Sorta Boys, we will wait now for the zone. It does descend in. Phase coming in late in Monty. Footy Sports coming in a little bit later as well. Nice to see Ascend. Well, they've rotated all the way around towards that top side. And actually, arguably, if it does play north, send them in a good position now to try and hold a lot of teams potentially rotating around their way. But we've got to wait to see where the zone will end up.
If you're wondering where Gaming Gladiators are, they're right underneath Howl. They're completely enveloped by their logos. But those two teams very much close by to each other. Just on that hill outside of San Martin, into the dust storm here for Vex and Co. for FaZe, coming in a little bit late on the Monte Nuevo side. I like that on the west side, a little bit more open, a little bit more vacant. If it does pull to El Pozo to create a field, that will be a bit of a benefit for FaZe. If it doesn't, they'll probably continue to keep playing catch-up for the foreseeable future. Now, Esports and Gaming Gladiators very close by to each other as Code Marco's made the climb up by himself at the moment, whereas the Gaming Gladiators stacked up as 4. Yeah, 2 teams to keep an eye on for, I think, a really good reason. It's 3rd and 4th mark.
Yeah.
You know, it's that double swing. It's not just like you're getting 4 kills. You're getting 4 kills, but then you're taking out your direct opposition. So if you're a Howl, you can go to 96 points, wipe out GG, who's on 103, then you're only 7 points behind them, and you got the rest of the game, and they're out. And vice versa. If you're Gaming Gladiators, you get the 4 kills, 107, increase that gap to 15, and they're out. 4 games to go. That just gives you a bit of breathing space. So if they do end up fighting, that's a big one. One to kind of keep watch on. Howl and GG, if that does eventuate. It very well may, if it does come towards San Martin, if it pulls away, then they probably both rotate off into different directions.
I think both of them will know they're there, right? We know how we're playing towards San Martin. GG obviously maintaining the kill feed. It's actually not a bad donut up. It's actually not a bad area to enter. GG don't need to move, and Howl have got the decision. I think it's theirs to gain, but if they lose it, they're going to potentially lose the opportunity to be going to Esports World Cup. For now, a lot of teams now going to continue to rotate. ATC are down to 3, but now pushed into VP. Quizzy has a little look over. The cars are rolling in, but Lucarux is now rolling back in with Ibby. So, try and take a 3 versus 3. Nixie will still hold the high ground. Nade will come out. Mickens nearly go for it, but no, he sees it and his dodge, duck, and dive as he drops the shoulder away from that nade.
That would have probably summed up the tournament for ATC. In some ways, that does. Really good spray from Lucarux. Mixon popped up for all of half a second, and Lucarux put him back onto the floor. Oh, that's a good spray down onto Keter as well. Virtus Pro flexing their muscles here momentarily, although a good angle found. Fuzzface, the veteran, he's been in this situation a couple of times throughout these qualifiers where it feels like the rest of ATC just falling apart, losing players, and he does it again. A double, 2, but he's still just the solo. Still just by himself, but causing some damage. Some real damage onto Virtus Pro. They've only got 2 up. Ibiza and Nixie behind the crate. Ibby's got to win this fight surely. Pulls out the flash. Doing the due diligence. Fuzzface, is he flashed? Is he full white? No, he's not. Ibby. Oh, hit fire. 5 HP.
Oh,
are you kidding?
Insane. But you're right. It is always Fuzzface at the end. They just go down one at a time, and Fuzz is just trying to hold it together. Twisted Minds, no VB are down numbers now. They're pushing. Do they know where Nixie is? Example is going to be trying pushing by. Loot obviously on the rotate with the car as well. Example will hold it a little bit further back. Got to remember, they were looking above this. Battalions was higher, and they took out Marslek early. So ATC, they're going to fall. 16th place, unfortunately, first team going out here for game number 2. But Twisted Minds with nothing else in the kill feeds. There's a complete ground to a halt, and able to get the res back on. So we're back to a 3. Unfortunately, it's confirmed out for that team.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely credit to Fuzzface for fighting until the bitter end. But for any trolls in chat, a really good way to summarize, I think, their tournament, where it's just been a tournament of almosts and what ifs and some semi-clutches that don't quite eventuate. You were right, though. I think Twisted Minds maybe sends the opportunity onto VP, but they have stalled it. I think they want to more so camp the rotate exit rather than push in, which is really good strategy. It's a bit safer. It's a little bit more defensive, almost like defensive offense, but it's worked. They catch Nixie. They didn't give away position. Now Quizzy knows, but he's separated from Ibiza. Those two are split. It's almost like 2 solos. Ibby's been spotted by Batulans. That gets comm to the rest of the team. Twisted Minds have played this perfectly. Really good PUBG from them. They know exactly where Ibiza and Quizzy are here for Virtus Pro.
Nice smoke from Ibby. But Battalions, well, Predator, he's hunting his prey. He's down to a 1 shot. Can he get away? Does get away. And he'll work his way to an opportunity to get a med back on. Quizzy is over the top. Nixie is down. He was dealt with the damage first in that compound. So it's a bit of a survivability here. But again, teams already in qualification spots or going there. So it is those PTC points Whipple Sword, I can have a little overlook here towards the centre. It's a bit more into that north side. It's actually one of my favourite parts of these style of zones, that where our Whipple Sword team are. You can find yourself in a position where you can catch those rotates coming in. And if it does pull back that way, it doesn't actually this time, does go a little bit more towards the west. You can normally, if it goes east, you can get all of those guys coming in from water treatment as well. So, zone shift west, we see now the E-rotate coming in from Primal. They left one behind. Unfortunately, T-Bone was there to claim, so there's a kill confirmed as Primal will. E-rotating now as a 3. It's quite dangerous. They're actually going to land pretty much give or take when it comes to the Sandstorm. And there's a few teams already up high. The VP trying to get themselves a position. They go for a full send, and Sauna Boys, well, they're going to collapse down. I think this is going to be the end zone position. This compound is going to get very hectic very quickly.
Yeah, what's interesting here, because Sauna Boys are down to 3, Scav got a little bit scared. He actually got in his vehicle and drove off because of the crash from Quizzy. On the other side, though, of the road, crashing into KCL is Primal off of that E pickup. Daz getting a quick kill into Cold Wasto. Huge. Down to just shipless now for KCL. They were more than content to be the neighbors on the other side of the road to Sauna Boys. Those two teams had clearly signed a pack, a truce, but well, Primal now just take what is theirs. Quizzy, the solo now for Virtus Pro. But yeah, probably the right play from Scav because it's only 3 players. Better to just keep them together. If it was a nice little 2-2 split, they could keep both sides of it. But ultimately makes the smart call, safe call. 3 kills for Sauna Boys. They keep a good position in this side, in this section of the zone as well. The only downside could be if it does shift away from them, you're coming out into a pretty open area. You're having to then climb up terrain. Then you don't have the elevation, but that's a problem to worry about later on. Right now, in the 15-minute mark, plenty of action still to go. They're only a 3-man. It's all about just kind of keeping low, keeping themselves safe for the next 5 to 7 minutes, and then pop out later. Na'Vi, what can they do here against FaZe? Honestly, this has probably not been Na'Vi's strong suit in this tournament. I think FaZe should have the better of them. FaZe has been by far and away the most deadliest team.
Especially when it comes to getting those kills. They're looking for a couple of more. Ferris, though, a little bit further back. He's going to hold the outside, but it's very, very difficult. He's got a little ridge he can play, but FaZe will stack up pretty quickly. And that's what I'm talking about. There's one down, and a full jump as Vex goes leapfrogging like a lamb over the hill, not too far away. Should be able to get at least one of the reses on, but the rest of Na'Vi, or the remaining player from Na'Vi, should I say, Diffix, he's going to try and pick up as many as he can. Here comes the molly. Can he get it clear of the building? I don't think he's going to be able to. He does go just a little bit too far.
He actually overshot it.
Great attempt. I think he went to hit just the corner of the building and let it rain down on FaZe.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to make the distance, and he actually got over it. So that was a really good throw. I was going to say, because if he doesn't move there, it was going to be an easy double res. They'll still get the revive on the James anyway, so 3 up for FaZe.
Yeah.
As long as they get Diffix, then it ends up being 1 death for 4 kills for FaZe against this fight of Na'Vi, which is incredibly successful. Headshot landed, but so did it from Diffx onto Vex. That's really bad because of the blue that it's now just made its way in. Should be time for Vex to keep crawling. It's not a large distance. Southside circle push. James is going to be clean here. Get on. Oh, deep day from Diffx. Corexi up close for the hip fire spray and eventually does get the kill. A very annoying Diffx finally dealt with. But this is not ideal for FaZe, but they should still be able to manage the situation. But Bumble Squad on the other side of Crater are being a little bit annoying, firing a couple shots in their direction. Vex will bleed out to the blue, and down a 2 for FaZe.
Diffix is just built different, mate. Go. Absolutely insane. Discipline. No, he didn't lose the players. Vex was still keeping an eye. Could hear the sound cues. He moved down. That molly was pretty much near about, but gave him opportunities. But then those gun skills whipping out, able to put it down to a 1 versus 1. But FaZe doing FaZe and stacking up numbers do result in the end. Talk about numbers. How are looking for the numbers now as they rotate round where they know Gaming Gladiators is. But Pin might be able to pull a pin and launch in towards a little bowl. They would have heard the call, so they know they're there. Esports need to come in. Gaming Gladiators just can't drop the ball. They can't accept that maybe was the only team coming in, because we can now see from the map that for Esports, well, they're also lurking. They will be soon to sort of take the fight maybe between How and Gaming Gladiators. It can be very explosive, but the compound there on the T-junction looks like that's where it's ending.
Yeah, and that's a really good circle as well for Sauna Boys. As I said before, had it gone in towards Crater or further out towards the west, maybe not ideal. It's Chris Noct and Ascendus once again driving around aimlessly. Although, it might work out for them. FaZe coming in very late, a little bit wounded. Only the duo. Corexi ends up taking himself out. And I think Bumble Squad, Madsy has just made his way over. Same with Tuster. They might be able to clean up a little bit. Ascend out in the open. Smoke's really the only cover. It's not hard cover. Razor picks up a pretty handy point for Vorpal Swords. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators could be on the verge of having back-to-back poor performances on Miramar.
They seem to know that they've got someone in the blue, so Comarco got a bit of a difficult rotate here. The rest of them might need to engage, but now we see Footy Sports now on the run. Quebec's going to move the car just a little bit further in. The zone will continue to wrap down this way, so for now, Levante, well, he's taking the blue as he's waiting for the angle, but I think it's a bit of a medding game. The longer that we see, I suppose, Comarco sitting out there in the blue, maybe be causing the damage. Pin now does see him, so they definitely know he's there. Oh, way off. I kind of have to write him off, though, at the moment, and send do fall. Comarco eventually plays peekaboo.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing once again for Ascend. Miramar, not their map. It hasn't been their time, really, in this tournament overall for Esports, but just the duo. Just outside of this compound, south of it. How with the E pickup? I don't imagine that they're going to take it. Yeah, Game of Gladiators, what do you do if you're them? You have to push through. You have to push into Hal, or you could go for a wrap, but Vorpal Swords have got that kind of covered. And Code Marco bleeds out.
Yeah.
So that could be the green light to push forward.
Pure bait, isn't it? I think Gaming Gladiators not going to fall to that, are they? They know they're not taking that. Where are you going? One squad already got the high ground now. BBL do go down to a place for them, and Levante, well, sees their head. Avente's going to crawl his way back safe, but here come the nades potentially. No, oh, he stands up, but Levante instantly swiping back, picks up. T-Bone now the final player's got to try and lay low. Instantly going to crawl his way forward as I am the only person here, please not shoot anymore. But Footy Sports, unfortunately, down to T-Bone again, game after game.
Yeah, not the way that they would have wanted to start today either. They, along with a couple of other teams, 14th last game, 0 kills. Similar performance here as well in game 2. Into a bowl now for Hal. Vorpal Swords. Seeing if they can put some damage in. Good opening nade from Razor. Connects immediately on.
Oh, wow.
Smokes are out. Ruin knocked down as well. The nade connecting and landing so quickly for Hal. This was going to be such an important game. The chance to get themselves in towards the top 3. Keep the pressure onto the likes of Gaming Gladiators, on the likes of BetBoom, but just unable to get anything going in this game, despite honestly having some decent position, being close to Gaming Gladiators, where it could have been that swing effect, down to just a solo. Yeah, they'll be a little bit disappointed with the way that this game has played out.
Just not going to happen, is it? Gaming Gladiators not going to move on the inside, are they? They're going to take out their How. That means they're down, and more importantly, they're out without any placement points. So, like you said earlier on, Gaming Gladiator, they might start activating, might start getting a bit more aggressive because they want to put that. Oh my god, Daz put a huge nade down from the other side and picks up example. And Lou Bataulin's able to get into the compound. At least should be able to maybe get this res on because they're the only section now. But look at Rustamar, he's got that blue zone nade. If he can land that to perfection, he might be able to pick up Lou, but they're going to need more. Oh, they're answering the call. They're going for this now. Primal use the cast. They go wide. They want to try and take the final as the Twisted Minds are down at the moment. They're crippled as they have to try and get the res onto Lou as quickly as possible.
I wonder if Sauna Boys may elect to go for a third party here. It's a bit risky, but you're pushing out of your compound, but if Primal and Twisted Minds really start to get a bit scrappy, it's a good opportunity to take both competitors out, get a couple of kills, but most importantly, keep the mega compound entirely to yourselves. Again, it depends on how much vision does Gaming Gladiators have if they were to look down, but I think they're more concerned with Vorpal Swords. This is a good opportunity for Sorta Boys to get involved. Rustamar, bit of an anchor, bit of a lurk. He stays behind on the other compound, so if Sorta Boys push out too quickly, he could be a linchpin. He could be a big detriment for Sorta Boys. So this is all of the kind of questions that you have to ask yourself if you're Sorta Boys. Is it worth pushing out? Is it worth us going over third partying? Right now, not really much happening. Primal have got a couple of players on the same building as Twisted Minds, and that's it. We don't have info. What if they've left someone behind? What if another team has got vision? If we push out and we play on the fence, can BetBoom look down the road? Can they shoot at us? Can Gaming Gladiator shoot at us? So it's very easy to just sit there and say, oh, maybe Sorta Boys should be more aggressive, but if they are, they might end up just making it worse for themselves.
I think no matter what happens, one of the teams in the compound are going to win now. So I'm going to do the BetBoom. If the zone shifts back up their way, they're going to try and hold us. One of the 3 teams that remain, just because of how the train eventually plays out. So part of me wants all the boys to take the push. Part of me wants to take the fight on. But with it not really going explosive, it was explosive in. Dad's got an outstanding nade, but it didn't really follow up, did it? You know, a couple of blue zone nade, not really connecting. Lou able to get rezzed again, but nothing in the kill feed. I think you saw them on the map. They checked back. They were looking to go, actually, can Gaming Gladiators see us? Can we maybe make a run? And with the kill feed not lighting up, and then with a couple of shots coming down, I think they might have made the right call here at the moment. It might still engage. Primal have now committed their final player over here, so freeing up the part and parcel because the zone has shifted, so it's forced to rush them up over towards this side. The blue zone nade trying to tease out, but a shot actually coming in from the Sauna boys might put Battlegrounds down. Note the blue zone nade does give up in just a matter of time, so he should be able to get at least a med on in time. But for now, we've got 3 versus 2, and there's a Sauna boy trio eager maybe to pick us some more points.
Yeah, I feel like Gaming Gladiators have got a decision. Do you send it into Betboom or do you send it into Sauna Boys? Because you can't go center. So they've got to make an option here. Happen. Do you go north? Do you go south? Which one do you kind of go into? So expect them to, honestly, at this point, get in a vehicle, crash it in, as Primal sort of, or the shotgun for Jogsy, as they continue to fight with Twisted Minds. And I think Sauna Boys probably should push into this. I think this is the time to now go. Read that kill feed, see the action, the commotion, but here comes Gaming Gladiators. They do come in on the backside of the compound of Sauna Boys. Pin taking some big damage. He gets knocked. Dante, the crash into the wall, losing quite a lot of health to begin with. Jempty knocked out. That's Madsy. A bit of a third party from Bumble Squad on the high ground elevation of Crater. This is not something that Sauna Boys would have expected, but it's a good reason to highlight why it was always going to be difficult for them to push out of this compound. The elevation of a Bumble Squad, for example, makes it so difficult. Levante in the thick of the action, low on health. Nade doesn't get the knock onto Dante, but it gets him very low.
Does get him low. He has to get the opportunity to get med back on. Sort of boys losing numbers now. They are down to a 2, and yeah, part and parcel. Unfortunately, they can't even pop smokes up really to try and stop the shots coming in. Bumble Squad there. Great nade comes in from Levante down towards Scav. Let's see what he can do. Second nade we posted through. Scav's on the outside wall, or on the outside of the compound, should I say, not fully outside of the wall, as Bumble Squad be trying to take him. That zone shifts up. Maybe we see back-to-backs from BB team. They've clearly paid something towards the PUBG zones, as he's now favouring them slightly. Gaming Gladiators on 5, but you've got to remember, they need to try and build distance between them and How. And the only way to do that at the moment is getting placement points. Check, we're kind of there at the moment. Let's get as many kills as we now will claw our way in towards the top spot. Nice stack up. Scav will get 1. Looking for the second, but no. Pin is there, and they should be able to get the res. They do. They tuck in nicely behind, but the zone, there's a limited amount of time before both Primal and GG need to move. But you highlighted before there's Xenox. GG haven't got any cover on this side, so where do they go? Maybe they have to get in front of our Primal team, as they will scurry back to their cars now.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting because if they push up to the crate that we could just see there, then they're in front of Primal, but then they're kind of in the middle of Primal and Betboom, and it probably doesn't end up being ultimately too safe. So you got to kind of make a question. Is there a dip? Is there a ridge that we can play as we just get in, play off of smokes, then play off with the phase 8 circle? Otherwise, you kind of just take 2 steps back and say, well, maybe we should have just gone to Betboom instead of Sauna Boys, but it's worked out. They've gotten kills. They're in the top 5. These are the kind of games we expect from Gaming Gladiators on this map. It's why they've been the lobby leaders on Miramar, winning fights, getting good crashes. They're playing it well, good positioning. A good game for Vorpal Swords too. I liked what I've seen from them. Bumble Squad, not often we get to see the team dead last make it towards the end of a game, and they send it down the hill.
Handbrake.
I think they'll just pull up. Yeah. Good little ridge here. They've got some vehicles as well they can use for cover. Smokes too. Primal, they too will also pull up, but it's going to be a field fight. You've got Primal, Bubble Squad, Gaming Gladiators, all just out in the open that can just take pot shots at each other. Smokes to go up, couple of shields as well. Rock's dead. I don't know how much more these teams can respectively get. It feels like Betboom are just waiting to get a free win.
They are. We kind of had that game number 1, right? They stayed in the compound. They were in the dip for so long. They only activated when it came towards a top 4. Right timing, though, for them. Let's not take anything away from that one. GG unable to get in front of Part and Parcel. Might have been because we saw the Bumble Squad moving on down. There's 4 kills. There's a knock from Matty. No, make that 2 as Jogsy and Rusmot goes down. But Daz, well, shining lights, will be using that P90. The guy's going to try and deal with it before the kills and the steals happen. There's number 2. Oh, nearly getting a 3rd, but there's a couple more points to the board, and the Bumble Squad got a little bit of time before Vorpal Sword move on. But Betboom, they've still got 4. Do they activate now, Xenox? Do they try and get a back-to-back chicken dinner? Well, we see them trying to get more PGC points because they're already in the claiming spot.
Let's have a look and see how this one's going to play out, but I just don't envision it to be anything outside of a Bet Boom win. They've got the north side that they can play to, so they can push up the hill if they want. They can play on the south side. They can stop anyone rapping on the south as well. Levante only being a solo anyway. So what can he realistically do in terms of that position of the zone? Bumble Squad with 3 up, Vorpal Swords with 4. Yes, you could think they can test, but both of those two teams are either on the other side of the zone to Bet Boom, and if you're Vorpal Swords, you're in the middle. You know, you're the meat and the sandwich in this situation. You got to make a decision. Do you push one or the other? You hold. If you hold, then what ends up happening is Bumble Squad are going to wrap you, and Bet Boom are then going to wrap you. Bet Boom then also get Southside control. They've just got the superior positioning, and doesn't help that Tuster gets an easy knock on to Nabat as well. 7 kills for football. I mean, you don't have to win these games. If you're these kind of teams, just being in this position, 7 kills, top 4, that's still pretty good if you're a Vorpal Swords anyway. So anything else you get is a bonus, but for Phil first, and for Bet Boom, it really should be a win from here. Anything short of that, and it's a disaster.
Love Vorpal sort of looking back like, how did you get knocked? But it came straight over the top. Someone forgot to put a handbrake on from Bumble Squad as that car will roll on. A bit of a projectile down towards BB team. Game Gladiators are going to fall in 4th. It's a difficult res. Get in there, we go down towards zone. So at least they're going to deny a point here for Bumble Squad. He should be able to crawl in. But Bet Boom, well, they're driving forward. This was like how they activated
these guys can't move.
1. They're stuck here. They are really stuck here. Look at the nades. This should be the ending of Vorpal Sword. There's another one. One goes for zone. Down to the final. 3-2-1. Vorpal Sword will take 3rd place. It's now 4-on-2.
Bumble's the same.
Argument is going to be Bet Boom. Well, they've been gifted as BB going to try and claw. And actually an impressive 5 kills. Maybe looking for another 2. There's no reason actually for Bumble Squad just to deny because they're so far out of it. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, that is Miramar in a nutshell. 5-kill win for Bet Boom, which continues this trend that we've kind of had over the last couple of games. It's a back-to-back wins, though. It's back-to-back wins. Can't fight with that. But our last 4 Miramar games, a 7-kill win, a 5-kill win, a 7-kill win, and a 5-kill win. Every other map that we had yesterday was like double digits and plus, but it's Miramar. Something with it in this lobby, in this qualifier. Look, at the end of the day, if you Bet Boom, like you can't say, should they have done more? Should have they got more? You know, if you push out of that position, you're just silly. You know, you're just playing to what you've got. You've got an early compound, good zone, good control. Everyone's fighting around you. That's Miramar, right? Open space, open terrain. They're just forced to fight. Yeah. They're forced to send it in. You have essentially little pieces of the game that you can't control. Like Gaming Gladiators have an option. Do they send it south? Do they go into the compound of Sauna Boys? Or do they send it north and send it into the compound of Bet Boom? They go south. Now, we don't know how this game plays if they go north into Bet Boom. Who knows? Maybe they just get a couple more kills, or maybe they get wiped and we could see a different winner. What we do know, though, is 14 points for Bumble Squad is huge. 26 in total through 13 games. They go and get 14 in this game. We haven't seen that from them. Vorpal Swords, bottom 3 team as well. They go and get 12 points this game. So it does mean for the top end of the leaderboard, for the top end of the standings, not a lot of moving and shaking. But Gaming Gladiators go and get 10. Howl only got 2. That's a big increase on the gap.
But to say, look at the ones that are contending, right? How with a 2, Sauna Boys were fighting, Gaming Gladiators fighting, all top spots for this section, the overall rankings. And Sauna Boys out surviving. How unable to close the gap on Gaming Gladiators. It's still doable for these teams. We've not really seen too much of a change up between VP, Twisted Minds, and Na'Vi. They remain. Don't forget, they've already secured their spot. But Bet Boom with back-to-back wins are starting to push away slightly. But we know FaZe can hit hard. So we're going to be moving our way across. FaZe were better when it comes to the Erangel. You'd argue those Taego and Rondos look and feel a bit more like Erangel than they do Miramar. So is the first half of our games done? Are we going to see FaZe now starting to ensure they get the top spot when it comes down to PTC?
Only so many chances remaining. You know, if you're a Howl, if you're a Sauna Boys, those teams on the precipice that now find themselves 20 to 30 points behind an EWC slot, you've got 4 games. You've got 4 games to not only, you know, close that gap, but then hope that the likes of GG don't get more and more points. Now, we do leave Miramar, Gaming Gladiator. That's been their best map, so I'm curious to see how they play on these other maps. We don't have to wait too long. Short break, and when we continue, 4 games to go, so don't go too far.
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Well, with 2 wins in a row for BetBoom, they find themselves now atop the leaderboard. FaZe have been occupying that position for a little while now, but Mark, for BetBoom, those 2 wins has put them in first place, which is not the most overwhelming factor. What it means, though, is they've got a pretty decent gap to teams like HAL, to teams like Sauna Boys, 30 to 40 points, 4 games to go. That's a nice little comfy blanket that they've got in terms of space to those teams.
It is a blanket that will relish, should we say, because they want to try and get to the LAN and get that confirmed up as quickly as they can. They're not going to leave it to the last game. So they want to maybe keep on extending. I feel like we're going to start seeing some of these teams at breakaway. I think the story is going to start to unfold. It's going to be a race between HAL and Sauna Boys, maybe trying to catch up with Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators are obviously going to try, but I think it's going to be down to the kill feed. Keep an eye on things, obviously keep your Twire up, keep your Liquipedia up as well, because as the game's finished, it's going to update, and we're going to see our Gaming Gladiators going to be able to run away and secure their spot, or how Sauna Boys going to be able to catch up and maybe steal it away from last minute.
Yeah, for BetBoom, for FaZe, for GG, they're looking like the 3 teams right now. 4 games to go, so we need to see how Sauna Boys, can they change it? They're basically the only 2 now, Mark, because directly below those 2 teams is VP, Twisted Minds, and Na'Vi. So they're the 2 teams to watch. How many games do you give them before you do put a line through it? Like if there's 30, 40 points, obviously you go into the last game, they can't do it. 4 games to go. Taego and Rondo, for me, will be the determining factor.
But even if the disruptive teams get in the middle of these, there's no real changes. There's no other outside better. There's no other FUT Esports after, unfortunately, not performing on those first 2 maps that we spoke about in pre-show. Primal, well, they look good, and they are trying to claw their way back, but they're down to 76 points at the moment, and they've got to get all the way past our invited teams already, up towards an 89. Is it possible? Yeah, everything's possible in PUBG. But there's so many other factors now that you've got to draw that line. You've got to go, well, actually, it's not in their own control. They need to get the zones. They need to have high kills, but they also need a lot of teams to go out well ahead of them before even contending. So I definitely feel like it's going to come in down to these games where it's going to be looking at Sauna Boys. How do they catch up with Gaming Gladiators? Do we see Gaming Gladiators extend? There might even be a shocker. Maybe FaZe don't perform. Maybe we see them drop down to 3rd, and then it might be FaZe trying to hold off the Wolves at their door. But for now, the flight path is going to be a southwest up towards the northeast over Shipyard. Does favour the top side, though. This time, maybe we'll get up towards the army base again. Maybe we'll see another crazy zone with loads of water.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, PGC points. You look at a Na'Vi in 8th, 45 points for them. If they can get into, say, 4th, overtake those teams in front of them, overtake HAL, 105 PGC points. And those 60 points could be the determining factor as to their ability to attend PGC. So a lot to fight for these teams, even though this is somewhat shaping up to maybe be the case where we don't really have that top 3 race go down to the very last game mark. The beautiful thing about this tournament is there is a lot of points still up for grabs. Northwest Island Circle, which follows the plane path perfectly. I was going to say the plane path really wasn't going to be ideal, but hey, they get a reprieve. This is the perfect circle for that flight path.
Why is KZL always up here? What are they doing? They can just keep doing this. They've got nothing to gain. Navi providing some backup. There's some dodge, duck, and diving from the players, but good reinforcements. Ferris coming to save his boy as quickly as he can to chase off the wolves as they get sent to the north. Only it is time to Taego when you get to see things like that.
Yeah, always good fun. I feel like not so much these days does it really translate into getting the run over the kill. Players are so much more capable ducking and weaving away from those vehicles, playing behind the trees and terrain, etc. So
this is
that's
huge.
it too often. Here comes Ascend. This could be a really good way to kickstart their game here on Taego, although I doubt they're aware of So-Said here on the roof. Oh, you kill your kite.
They will.
If he makes his way up, he's dead. He will be dead. It should be knock flush. Then they'll be aware of his location. So the question really is for So-Said, how many kills can he get from here? Actually, Kill-Your-Kai doesn't go up into this particular building. They do look like they're actually hunting. Oh, this is interesting. I don't know if that's the right play. Double knock, headshot onto Mika. Frag grenades, he's got a couple. Don't need a peek though. The Panther Fouts from It's Chris. And So-Said then dies to his own nade. And while he does get the initial double knock, I don't know. I feel like he could have been a bit more sneaky, maybe at least guarantee a kill. In the end, gets nothing.
The bit of context behind, so when Taego first came out, Ascend and Navi were dropping for this area. There's some rules around scrim, so they kind of separated a little bit. Navi was the claimer of the area. Ascend were meant to be here first. Now, they don't know Ascend, that Navi moved away, right? But they would have had a very, very strong idea that there would have been one, maybe two in the compound. That's maybe why we saw Kill-Your-Kai back away, not single push. I think that was a bit of a reining from the guys going, oh, no, we'll do this together. But wow, So-Said done that so well. It looked clean. Even nearly got that third player down through the window. It's Chris. He wanted nothing with that. He was like, look, here's a Panzer. We are ending this now. We're not losing any players. This is going to be our game.
Yeah, I mean, that was so unlucky for So-Said, that the fact that It's Chris has a Panzerfaust, because if he doesn't, you could see from So-Said's perspective, he's ducked down, he's got the nade, he's not going to present himself, he's just going to probably then heal up, but the Panzerfaust hits the back of the wall, takes him down. He was low on health. Look, he did an incredible job. Great shots to get the double knock, almost then the third. What's interesting, even if he hadn't got the knock on Tamika, it wouldn't have mattered because the Panzerfaust was coming his way directly afterwards anyway. As we kind of focus on this game, almost at the 5-minute mark, it feels like it's gone by pretty quick already here on Taego with the plane path. We had the vehicle shenanigans with KCL, then Ascend and Navi, this circle, and you can clearly see the way that teams are positioning south of Godok, not wanting to go north to the mountains. They've got a pretty clear idea as to the way this circle's going to play.
It's because of Taego. We know that river in the middle will attract the zone. I'd also argue that Godok does. We see a lot of zones play towards Godok. It doesn't end there. It does eventually sort of tease teams in, and they will get in there because they feel safe, and eventually they move out. Next thing, well, he gets a knock on to Keta. Any trolls in the chat? We lost one already. VP in these little bowls and crevices, and this is the difference. These teams start to learn this map so much in more detail. They know where these dips are. They know where they can position their cars really, really well. So they're going to try and stay alive. They are finding themselves, but you're right. Everyone is in kind of a centre position, but kind of centre to centre south, as they will be waiting to see which side of this island does the zone bounce onto.
Over to Twisted Minds here in the distance. Purple Swords just going to be driving past them. ATC, KZL. Yeah, I think ATC will be a little bit disappointed with today's action.
I remember as well, this was the map they got the chicken dinner. Mostek makes a move forward. God's there. Gets a launches the nade. Now he's pays peekaboo. Great shots though come over the top. Fuzzface will put another one down. So they are Stores of 2, Master Select is irreversible at the moment. Okay, so going to be making the push forward. Alpha going to be a little bit further back. It's going to reposition though, as the nade does come into the middle, but it's already bounced away. And here come the reinforcements in KZL. Disruptor game 1, Disruptors game 2. They ain't got a trend on the moment. Disruptors game 3. Let's see if they can deal with the nade. Does Fuzzface? Well, he's going to roll on by. No nades needed for him, as he's going to put another one down. DBNO, 2 remain. 2 versus 2. Any trolls in chat looking to try and clear it, and Fuzzface wants to get right up and personal to finish off these flushes.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, Fuzzface has clearly been the standout for any trolls in chat. I think that's been very evident for all to see throughout the 3 days of action. He's been the one able to get kills, to stay alive.
Yep.
He doesn't just throw his life away. It always feels like he's one of the last ones alive for ATC. Shipless at the tree, spotted, getting shot from many different directions, as you can see in the minimap. So 3 kills for ATC, but they do lose Mixon and Marcelek. Again, it feels like a similar story brewing for this team as Jogsy gets the kill for Primal. Shipless goes down. KZL have been in the action so far today, but not always for the best of reasons.
I agree with that. They have been disruptive. FaZe, they're going to rotate their way around. Won't be too surprised for FaZe just to hold an anchor here, make for the zone. They've got options when it comes down to the bridge, which one they want to take. They might be able to even wrap down towards the south, back towards Fishing Camp, but let's see him making an aggressive push. Talk about aggressive push. Gaming Gladiators holding slowly in Go Dock now. So we've got a few more teams. Na'Vi, you can see that map, a huge split from them. I think they're just making sure no one's wrapping in behind, and then they will move their way in. But this town is so tempting for teams, especially when we see it get taken mid-game. But it always ends on the outside, so it means there are teams fighting on the edge for 1 or 2 buildings that might remain. I'd love to see an ending here personally, but so far to date, I've not had one.
Still a minute and 40 until phase 2. Feels like it's been an action-packed start here on Taego. Pretty good spread of teams now for this phase 1 circle. Coming in late a little bit for Vorpal Swords, Twisted Minds, and they're just now also going past Yongcheon. And Gladiators, the talk before was, you know, they've been great on Miramar. We know that. But the other maps, can they, you know, bring a little bit of that Miramar form and momentum to these tertiary maps of Taego, Rondo, then into Erangel, which they've struggled. Otherwise, that could really be the only pathway forward for a HOW, for a Sauna Boys, outside of their own performances, is maybe hoping and praying that GG, you know, continue to just maybe play down a level on these other maps. I think you said it best though before, that for HOW and for Sauna Boys, a lot of their fate though is out of their hands. Yeah. Not only do they need to play well, they need the likes of FaZe, they need the likes of Gaming Gladiators to underperform now. FaZe in a bit of an intriguing position, Twisted Minds to the north, moving in towards Foot Esports, one to watch. And I think this is going to be a game as well for HOW, for Sauna Boys. You need points here. You need to get that leaderboard ticking over.
Leaderboard has to tick over. FaZe do come over, not to stay south. We see that quite a few times. BP, the Gaming Gladiators right on top of each other slightly. ATC store there, no movements from them. A couple of good positions taken. HOW will remain on that south side. BB, who took game number 1 and game number 2. I think they'd be eager to take game number 3, as there might be some jealous other teams and players out there because they might have needed those double chicken dinners today compared to BB team who were in a qualification spot already. Zone should shift away. Always goes back to water. There we go. Does play back towards the water. Holds slightly onto Godok, as we said, but the river will divide slightly again. It's going to be allowed potentially Vorpal Swords, who are quite far outside the zone still. They've got an option just to sort of come back, but it's going to be a fight for the coast. Look at that. Twisted Minds and FaZe. They are going to be fighting for next to no terrain. There's not a lot of hard cover here, Xenox, as everyone will be going full send for what they know.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of teams just try and get in towards Palace, see if you can just get a good bit of position, imagining that this will eventually swing back the circle that is towards the west, towards, say, the hills of Sauna Boys. James, though, has spotted one out in the fields. It's Perfectix, that'll jump and spin. Won't be enough to dodge those bullets, not from James. Gets the knock pretty comfortably. Wants to finish him off now with the frag grenades, and to do so safely. And the first one doesn't get the job done. Second one doesn't seem to have done it either. And there is that push in towards Palace. Sauna Boys have actually gone for an intriguing play. 2-2 split. They keep the hill, but they've also got 2 on the outskirts of Palace on the northwest side. Love that little play. A good little aggressive positioning play from Sauna Boys. And we'll see if it does work out for them.
But if they can keep the bodies alive in Palace and the zone shifts away but keeps them on the outside, those two that are on the outside edge would actually have a verticality. We can see it there. They'll be able to look down for any team that might be like BBL that will come into Palace, or at least the outside edge of Palace, and play the rocks. And we know that west side of Palace has those high rocks. We see it always played, especially in ranks, etc. You've always got that team lurking there. That's Sauna Boys' answer to that play at the moment. BBL, they're in a bit of issues. They're going to get some smokes and reposition their cars because they might need them a little bit later. How in a good spot as well. They'll be looking for some kills, looking for some steals, but you have to argue, well, you're sitting in the middle of Palace. So much commotion is going to happen around the outside edge. Are you going to be able to get the numbers that you need to chase down Gaming Gladiators? I think we need to watch this game out. It could be a big decider.
Could be. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a big game regardless. If you look at Sauna Boys, you look at Hal around that Palace area, good spot in the circle. Phase 3, I'm anticipating, might do the job of Phase 4, start to kind of pull back a little bit. Seen these Palace finishes a couple of times, but it does like to play to the north of Palace itself. Can very much pull far north, though. The fields just outside of Gaming Gladiators, Twisted Minds, where they are located at that junction. Certainly a bit of a hot spot too. Phase at the bridge. Don't know about that spot. That's going to be intriguing to see if it works out. Vorpal Swords, you can see on the mainland, actually, far east. That is a very strange position for them. Na'Vi coming in very late to the circle. Ascend once again. They're in vehicles. They're moving. This time, though, it works out with a good opening kill for Mika. The contact works as they get rid of Nuvi, who was just completely caught unaware that Ascend were pushing into his direction. He stayed behind while the other 3 members of Primal got going, got forward towards Go Doc, now towards the hill of ATC. Sauna Boys still with that 2-2 split. It's been a brave hold. 20 more seconds till Phase 3, and we'll see if they can reap the benefits of it.
Well, Ascend are getting aggressive. It's Chris now taking shots at Sauna Boys. This is where I worry, because they might be going, well, there's only 2 in there. Let's go for another crash. And Ascend will be looking to try and claim definitely their style of play, though. They're sitting now on the outside edge. They went to go pick their kill. They've gone back to their position. Zone shifts away. It's where we're talking about. Goes towards that north side, holds the broken bridge. Teams on one side. He could be a bit of a problem, especially if Vorpal Sword go for a full send over the top. Interesting note, actually, while we was looking at the map there, Na'Vi were in northwest corner. They wrapped all the way that round past army base and came in now on the northeast side. So they want to really avoid any fighting earlier. They've got to tighten themselves up because Twisted Minds have taken the compound a little bit further in from them. But for now, ATC down for 2. Keta now finds Primal free, making the push. He waits for the jump out. Great shots. He should get him to right. There's a quick kill. There's a confirm. He's able to tuck back in. But we know how good Daz are with those nades.
Yeah, you mentioned great shots. I was going to say great angle, just good hold, discipline from Keta. ATC, I mean, Fuzzface and Keta are putting in a good shift here on Taego. It's just a shame. It never feels like something from this game for any trolls in chat. But, you know, when you're a duo, one mistake, 1 foot wrong, and you will get punished. Fuzzface seeing if he can land the shots through the bush onto Jogsy. Daz is close by towards Keta and Fuzzface. It's off into the distance there. Hasn't been spotted just yet, but every chance with the positioning that ATC have for this duo, they could find themselves getting another 2 kills. Daz at the rock. And as he makes that trek, as he makes that run, surely he loses his life. That's a brutal push.
Yeah, it's brutal. Look at Fuzzface. Like, the IQ is huge. He's thinking that Daz might be wrapping his way around at the moment. So they still got to hold. Send, well, they do claim one of the Sauna Boys. That's where we see them now give up that Palace and that split. They go further in. And Send are now chasing. Any trolls in chat will get on their tippy toes. It's phase number 3. They're not quite in zone just yet, as it will be ticking away slightly. BBL leave Palace. They did come from that northeast towards that northwest of it, and obviously with all the commotion between Ascend and Sauna Boys, I know they are here, so they're looking. It's Chris comes in. Lyron gets some shots, but Brexico, well, he's there, and it's clean. Another team annihilated from Ascend. They are racking kills. Welcome, Ascend, to the final couple of games. Where were you for the first 2 days?
Yeah, it feels like a desperate play for a duo of BBL pushing up the hill. You spot Ascend who's pulled up, maybe hasn't scouted you. The initial shots don't quite get the down, and therefore it's an easy pop back, and then you just don't have the numbers. You don't have the numbers to contest. You also then don't have position. And you're shooting uphill. It's always very difficult to win those fights, and when you're outnumbered as well, even more so. But hey, good for Ascend. They have to still hit those shots, win that fight. 10 seconds, still phase 4. Daz has not moved. And eventually, patience will pay dividends. Keta started to push out, wanted to grab that vehicle. Daz at the rock, then peeks, plays this perfectly well. It feels like the battle of the minds between Daz and Fuzzface and Keta. Keta's going to lose his life here. Fuzzface did land a nade. Jogsy, will he get involved now? 3 first aid kits down to 2 as Vorpal Swords will bow out of this game.
They drown out of this game, able to get in. Fuzzface, as well, they're going to have to dance the dancers. It's a bit of 1 versus 1, but Jogsy said he no more. Zone shifts away, now we give up the water. Let's play back. Foot in a good spot. They've got some high ground now. They just have to focus back towards How, and that might not be the game they want. As BB team also looking to come in on that south side. BP, where they're going to now try and hold. FaZe in a position where it's a bit time bound. They will need to leave this area, maybe move into the hill, but for now they can just sit, hold, deny any entry points on this east, and kind of with them and Twisted Minds, ensure they might be the only 2 teams that will play in from this location.
Center circle. Look at who's in the center. Sauna boys. Everyone else is absolutely on the edge. And that's where a lot of the action's going to take place, especially on this north side. Na'Vi making their way in, along with Bumble Squad at the exact same time. Compound as well to the left, occupied by Gaming Gladiators. Fairus gets the opening knock, and the contact made between those 2 squads just at the ridge of the road. Little seat swap, ineffectual from Matty. Doesn't work. 2 up now for Bumble Squad as they lose 2 pretty quickly to Na'Vi. Crossberg actually didn't even make his way in at the same time as the rest of the squad, and eventually Na'Vi has made very, very quick work of the majority of Bumble Squad. I think there's only Crossberg left, who was the one that did come in quite late.
Here he comes.
Na'Vi's done well here, and no one else is really third party. They didn't lose anyone. Pin gets the final kill. Crossberg does go down. 11 teams remain. Diffex, though, knocked by example. Twisted Minds, good position. They've also got some crates that have dropped in their direction. Diffex finished off by Perfectix.
And also worth noting, VP picked up Fuzzface. Unfortunately, they were trying to hold that angle, so ATC are also down and out. Jogsy wanted nothing to do with it, but he found himself in a location where Ascend, looking back his way, could be creative. He has to be quick. He has to potentially pick up the widest player, which is it's Chris first, and he's moving on down. Doesn't see him now, but it's Chris. Hawkeyes. He's going to put Jogsy to rest. It will be a quick kill confirm, and Shiny Daz, well, Daz is going to have to go, well, I don't really want to be playing in there now. Nice play from Derby. Come back towards them. They did find their way, their rotation eventually in. Good use of the fields. I do really like the fields. Oh, nice
Clean.
shots from T-Bone. Clean.
Yeah, not much you can do if you're a doozy there. You're probably a little bit peeved. Always hate when you
Double
lose your
P90.
life there just driving by. A couple of frag grenades being thrown to the direction, though, of Nail Up and T-Bone in response, though, by BetBoom. Oh, that one's right at the feet. Nail Up, though, puts on the skates, gets away. Just barely able to stay alive, goes prone, pops the heel. Because he has been finished off by Scav. Sauna Boy still dead center of this circle. Ascend driving around. It's been a good game for them. Saw them get a couple more kills. They have done well on the edge. Nail Up eventually knocked down by Phil first. BetBoom continue to just put the pressure on to Foot Esports. They're pushing in to the circle, into the zone from the blue. So BetBoom are the ones that want to take this fight, that need to take this fight. Look at FaZe, though. They start to push in and maybe sense an opportunity to actually be the gatekeepers on the south side if they can get on the back of Foot Esports. T-Bone, though, again puts the P90 to good use with the spray down onto Spyro. They might not have the numbers as 8C is the only one left, but they are putting up a good fight.
I thought how we're going to do exactly what FaZe have done, but they got caught. Ascend crashing for them, and Foot will crash out in 10th place. James and Fex will take the position now as BB needs to try and get the res. How obviously are held up though. Kilikai, it's Chris and Mika are down, and then soon to fall. Brexco will be picked up by Lukaruk. So Ascend will take 9th place. An aggressive game for them, but no placement points just yet. And FaZe will take on the opportunity as the one of the knocks does get confirmed, and BB. Oh, they get denied opportunity to come on the east. Now they've got to wrap their way west, and How want nothing to do with this. They will take the cars and go further afield.
Yeah, nothing much that Best of Lots can do from this position. Into the top 8. They do get a placement point just for hanging on. 21-minute mark. 3 kills for FaZe, 4 players up. Loved the reposition for them. They were in the fields just close by to Twisted Minds. Opted to push out. Go towards the south, be the gatekeepers, get involved, have a bit of a scrap. How just to their west. again, these are the games that we need to see Hal and Sauna Boys get points from. Well, they've both made top 8, Mark. That's been the storyline of this match. The question is, though, how much more can they feasibly get? For Sauna Boys, dead center, everyone has to then fight around them. Here at the containers, that's fine, but if they get crashed, it could be absolutely death quickly. But it's so difficult to crash them, and you can see how open it is around them.
Such a hard place as well, because that south side can just see right through the windows. So how will be eyes on? So looking back one way, looking back towards VP as well. They've got to keep the pressure or keep their heads down. They are in the center, only 2 kills, so they're going to get any kills out of this one. How sit on the outside edge like everybody else. Phase and move in. They took their opportunity well. Twisted Minds going to take the opportunity now to get a few more drops before playing in. There's only a couple of dips, a couple of bowls, a little bit of train. This is a open, very, very open ending, especially if the zone donuts up next. We're going to lose the trees, we're going to lose the final hills that we've got, and it might continue to go down towards the Sauna Boys, and it will become a bit of a sauna in those containers if it does donut.
So down to the final 6 teams, just like that. We lose 2, we continue forward, circle pop, phase 6. It does keep Sauna Boys in their little sauna of those containers, but what a pot for Gaming Gladiators. We think about how still in this game with Quetper and Code Marco, but their direct rivals, the team they're trying to leapfrog, has just been gifted a C6 pop. Levante, Pin immediately high ground position. Rox and Dante, they don't really need to move straight away. They want to make sure no one either backfills in or rotates in on that north side, so you anchor up a little bit, wait until that blue starts to move with it. But that is a wonderful circle for Gaming Gladiators. They have been blessed. That is not ideal at all for Hal. It's still good for Sauna Boys, but FaZe are in this game. Gaming Gladiators are in this game, and BetBoom only really just went out. So for Hal and Sauna Boys, it goes back to that original conversation as Quetper gets eliminated, that yes, you could do well, you could have a good game, but if those above you continue to play well, you will never catch them.
That's the problem. And look who is constantly in the kill feed. FaZe. FaZe want first place back. They are chasing kills. They're denying entry for teams. They need to try and play. Now the zone denies them entries. They've got to try and move their way, but they're aggressive. And as you said, Gaming Gladiators still in. They're trying to hold off the likes of Hal and the Sauna Boys. Well, they're still in. They're still fighting. We're in a top 6 position. And every team that goes out, well, that's another placement point that you're going to bag. But if it's a Twisted Minds that go out, it's a FaZe that potentially go out, or VP, you're just looking at this tight gap is going to be even tighter. Here comes the full send. Sauna Boy's got to come out the sauna. They put Gustav down to 1. The split happens. There comes a nade. They've got to answer it. Gustav, though, he's got one objective, and that's to launch that in. It doesn't quite get the connection. It's explosive, but it's not enough for the Sauna Boys.
Well, they need to take him out as quick as possible here.
Oh,
that one forces him away. Doesn't do enough damage. He does almost catch it. Hal eliminated in 6th, and considering the fact that FaZe and along with Gaming Gladiators will finish above them, it's not going to be enough. It's going to be another game somewhat wasted, but not really due to their own fault, not due to their own devices. Vex dying out of the blue. Example, Lou, both able to finish him off. 6 kills for FaZe. It will be another good game for them, and they edge closer to really cementing their position at EWC. There's only so many games remaining. 3 games remaining after this, and they continue to just rack up the points. Good headshot from Corexi, but Nixie lands one back as well, forcing him to heal behind the rock. James will pull up. They've got 2. Wow. Never mind. Big nade from Elska. Sauna Boys need more. They need these kills. Elska follows up with another frag grenade to get the kill confirmation onto Gustav as Perfectix bleeds out to Fex. That's another point for FaZe.
So, yeah, another point. They're just nearly on 10 at the moment. Unfortunately, players, Twisted Minds will now go. As GG will end part 1, as Nixie will pick up James. So we get top 4. GG have got the 4. VP with 3. Sauna Boys with 2. And FaZe with 1. You've got to love it when it lines up with a 4-3-2-1.
Yeah, certainly. Another northern shift. That is, well, I mean, talk about phase 6, phase 7 going into your back pocket if you're Gaming Gladiators. That is a pretty handy little circle. Rexy, the solo. Sauna Boys, the duo. But need to move. They've been very safe. They've been able to hide, have cover. Virtus Pro, they've been lingering around. Now, of course, VP's one of those teams, Mark, that they will be going to Rio. They will be going to the Esports World Cup, but they want these PGC points, right? They're in that conversation with Twisted Minds, with Na'Vi. They want to overtake Sauna Boys. They want to overtake Hal so they can get more PGC points from this event.
For those that might not be following along, there's already 3 teams that are there. Obviously, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and for VP, based on the power rankings that you find on Twire. And the power ranking team makes a power push. Nixie and Zipper correctly does pick up 1. So then what we're looking for here is the top 3. They'll be the ones getting the ticket towards Esports World Cup. More importantly, it's the points for PGC they're playing for. Sauna Boy playing for the opportunity to get there, but no, VP deny, and it goes straight down. Gaming Gladiators, they got 4. VP went for the send. Lucarux has to tuck himself in, and we know he's going to make an explosive ending. There it goes. He denied. He wants to keep the points tight between those teams. He doesn't want to allow Gaming Gladiators to even put 1 extra point on. It's 15 points, but Gaming Gladiators will pick up game number 3.
And it's the 5th game in a row with a win that comes with single-digit kills. That's just seemingly the way this lobby is playing right now. If you're getting that chicken dinner, it means you're not playing scrappy fights, you're not playing on the edge. Maybe you get a bit of fortune with those phase 4, 5, 6 circle pops, and that's just been the case really on the back end of yesterday, and now to begin today through the first 3 games, that's been evident. For Gaming Gladiators, though, we kind of begged the question. I begged the question, can they do it away from Miramar? The answer is yes. Look, it's not quite a rainy night in Stoke, but it's Taego. It's something different. They'll take it.
Time to Taego. Definitely time for FaZe. FaZe looking very aggressive in that game, denying opportunities for teams in. They held their area very, very strong. They kept tight when it happened. They were the kill leader. Be surprised for them not to be too far at the top. No, they're not. Well, VP obviously with the placement, they have got 13 points apiece. Look at the kills. FaZe pick up 9 kills. The next closest team really was Ascend, and we saw Ascend and VP, well, different sides. VP sitting tight, Ascend driving round, trying to pick up kills. A very different game from them. Yeah, huge for FaZe. It means they go to 99 kills as well now through the matches that they've played. Overall leaderboard coming your way. FaZe on 132 points. Gaming Gladiators now go from 3rd to 2nd, 128, 1 point behind them. Boom. So, I mean, that top 3 is incredibly tight. I mean, if we were sitting here and this was a tournament where it's like, let's say only first qualified or first was like the winner, we would be absolutely overjoyed. But such is the case. It is top 3, Mark, that qualify for Riyadh, that qualify for the Esports World Cup. And even better yet, we've got 3 teams that are not part of the global power ranking. So VP, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, they might be further down the leaderboard, but they're going anyway. For BetBoom, for FaZe, for Gaming Gladiators, they're now in a tremendous position. Pretty much 25 point plus 25. Gap. 26 technically, because VP can't actually steal their position away. So 26 point gap, 3 games to go. It's not a shoe-in, it's not locked in, but boy, is that a good position to be in. But it's a double win for them though, isn't it? Like we saw, if we had a Na'Vi, we had a VP or a Twisted Minds up there, yes, they're getting the PGC points, but they've kind of already got, as you said, the ticket to Riyadh, right? Actually, the fact that if we're going to get a top 3 and they get the points and they get the ticket, that's got to feel like a double win though. And Taego, well, we're at the halfway point now. I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, it is going to be that risky Rondo before we move our way in towards Erangel. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Well, only 3 matches remaining for the EMEA qualifiers as we head into Rondo. To follow that, we then finish on Erangel. Running out of chances. We need to see how. We need to see Sauna Boys go big. It can't just be a case of, creep into the top 8, get a couple of kills. At this point, Mark, I think for those teams respectively, they're going to need a win, coupled with probably double-digit kills, just to even get back into the conversation going into Erangel. They need something quite large here on Rondo.
I feel like how were the ones trying last time? They were on the edge. They were trying to get there. I could see they were about to push in. They were going to take that phase move, but fortunately for Ascend, they came in. A lot of disruptive teams for some of these top teams. Good to see they were in the top. But you're right. They either go big, I'd say otherwise they go home. They're kind of at home at the moment, or they don't go to Riyadh, should we say, because one more game under the belt from a Gaming Gladiators, one more belt for a BB or a phase. That should then draw a line, and we might even start to secure our top 3, plus where the VP sit.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because now you add Virtus Pro into the equation regarding like PGC points. From a team's perspective, you've probably got to just look at it from one angle. You're either a team that's focusing on the PGC points, so that's like a VP, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and at this point, those lower teams, right? For them, it's like, hey, if we can leapfrog 4 to 5 places from 12th to 8th, here's the points that we can get, something to fight for. Then you've got the Riyadh teams, the EWC teams, your Sauna Boys, your HAL, then BetBoom, GG, and FaZe. Those 5 respectively, like either if you're the top 3, hold on to your spot, or if you're HAL and Sauna Boys, can we steal it at the death? Can we get into a position in the final 2-3 games? And it's going to require 2 things. They need a big game, HAL and Sauna Boys, but they also need Gaming Gladiators to slow down. They've had a big day today, actually. They need BetBoom to slow down. They've had a big day today. And FaZe, well, we know they've had a really big tournament. Looking at some of the games here as well for BetBoom. First, 7th, 2 kills. For GG, 4 kills. 4th, 6 kills. First, 5 kills. FaZe, 3rd, 9 kills. 8th, 4 kills. 4th, 9 kills. So that top 3, I remember we spoke about separation at the start of day 2. Yeah. It's happened. It's just happened a little bit late in the tournament, but it is here now. 26 points the gap, 3 games to go. Do or die now for HAL and Sauna Boys.
It is do or die. Interesting, actually. Our last Rondo, and it has a double flight path, and I think this has been the first time I've seen a big impact. With Na'Vi being on one plane, Twisted Minds being on the other, we know these guys will hot drop, and they have been fighting for Test Track / sort of the Ninox factory, right? But because Na'Vi later to arrival, and they're not to be aware that Twisted Minds were not in their plane, but they'd have such a good idea that another team didn't jump at the same time. Therefore, they've had to make a different call on this one. So Twisted Minds will get that test factory and Test Tracks, right, and Ninox factory to themselves, but they will find themselves the neighbours of HAL, a team which you mentioned they are going to need potentially a big game. Well, there's a big zone. It does go quite late for. Or very much up towards that top and favouring kind of like Miramar section. I
feel like we're going back to Miramar.
Yeah, this is a Gaming Gladiators maybe. Maybe it's the train they love as it will go to the sandy ending. Maybe. It might pull down because you've got to remember there's some high ground in the south as well. So we do know it likes to pull towards those sort of pillars, those rock pillars that we have in Rondo.
Yeah, it's not a bad circle either if you FaZe clan. And how many more games really? We talk about it, the perspective of HAL, the perspective of Sauna Boys. Well, what about the perspective of FaZe for GG, BetBoom? How much more do they realistically need? If you're a FaZe, you're going to get a win and 10 kills, you've probably cemented your spot. You've probably done enough because it's not about first. It's really about top 3. There's just too much water that has to go under the bridge then for you to lose that position. So those teams now, I feel like are probably just one really good game away, considering there's only 2 games after this from actually cementing their spot. So really puts even further pressure on HAL and Sauna Boys to just keep up the pace. Both of those 2 teams at least were decent on Taego. They were able to just get something, even if marginal. But they need more than just marginal. They need big games. Left side of Test Track for HAL, whereas Sauna Boys, south side of the circle. So they've got a big distance. Could be 2 very distinctively different games between them. For all the other teams, Na'Vi, pretty good spot for them. And they're certainly a team that needs those PGC points.
And they're going to spread out as well, right? They're going to spread out around here, so they're going to claim lots of information. I do worry, how long do they stay split? Ferris to one side, Diffix the other. It looks like they've had an argument. Bumble's may fit in towards the middle. But you're right, this is going to be a different style of rotation. Gaming Gladiator is just on the outside of the C Stadium. That's really interesting over down the region. We actually had an ending here, which was really, really cool yesterday. So I would have loved to have seen an ending again in Stadium. But again, very, very different for this one. But it's going to be different rotations in for some of the teams. I know if you're kind of the Foot fans, you're the Vorpal Swords, BBL, Ascend, it is difficult to say, but there is no way of coming back from here. And what they are fighting for, just again for context and why we keep talking about, is the PGC points. So every place that they can claim now, it's not loads, but there are a couple more PGC points. And you've got to remember, a team like Ascend, who didn't go to the first 2 lands of the year, they want to try and ensure that some of these other teams don't run away with these points, because there's a potential that the teams that went to PGC 3 and 4, they might qualify for 5 and 6, and they are some big points if they can get it.
Yeah, while we're just kind of waiting for things to happen, as teams are going to be clearly rotating. This is a rotate circle 1, right? That north side, very north side, majority of teams kind of like the lower side of the equator. Don't forget, you've got 2 monitors, surely, at minimum. You don't have to leave the stream to go watch the Euros. You can watch both, Mark. You can watch both, you know? So don't rush off. There's still lots of good action here.
Someone keep me updated, please. Someone! I've got my English shirt ready to go. But do you know what? The most important thing is to be here first. Why? Because this is my love region to get qualified. And I want to see who gets in. Or more importantly, I want to be able to see if the likes of Hal or maybe the Sauna Boys can make a ditch attempt and claim things up. But one of those teams that are in, you can see on that mini-map now, they're going head-to-head between ATC. A team, actually, if you'd have asked me, Xenox, coming into this, would there be a team that might be going to land? I would have easily said yes. They have the skills to do it, but they've just been unable to piece it together.
Yeah. I mean, I think, is that something you could probably say for quite a lot of teams in this qualifiers? I think that would be quite fair, as Na'Vi and Bumble Squad are going to kick things off. Mansy's already dead, though, for Bumble Squad. Na'Vi a little bit higher up on this hill, certainly better position. Bumble Squad a little bit all disarray in their positioning. Probably summarizes them as a whole in this kind of matchup. Certainly the inferior of the 2 teams. Na'Vi probably haven't been one of the top kill-heavy teams, at least in comparison to your Gaming Gladiators, your FaZe clans especially. Philfirst actually finished off by Keta, so BetBoom lose one very early, and that's a big one in the kill feed as Code Marco knock on to pin. Those are the kind of fights they're going to need. Absolutely huge. You need to basically find them, hunt them down, kill them. That's the perfect start. That's not only 1 kill point, but you're taking out your direct rival, or at least one of them. At this point, it's not just Gaming Gladiators, right? 1 point separating them and BetBoom, but we saw BetBoom lose 1. Maybe ATC could do a helping hand for Hal and Sauna Boys if they can put some further pain, but they too find themselves in a painful scenario with Fuzzface and Keta DBNO.
They are, Fuzzface's been remaining up. He might not have been the highest killer for this team, but he's been holding them together, especially from a placement point. Marselect obviously trying to be creative and move forward. Bumble Squad have lost 3 to Na'Vi, who'll be climbing up. But yeah, you're right, Hal, that's huge from them. And it's actually a big decision now to make. They've got knocked, they know where they are, they've identified. Do they push? Do they stay? They've got to think long games. There's a bit of a dicey dance they need to play, but dicey dance comes in from the other side. Sauna Boys moving forward. Elska down and out. Sheeta will get the confirmation from that blue zone. So they're going to be playing as a free, but looks like they might have a point as well. So, an argument, an area you don't want to be fighting. You're very, very far away from zone, but you're now fully committed. Got to get this done quick if you're Sauna Boys.
Yeah, this is absolutely tournament lifeline for EWC LAN. You've lost Elska. You're in a bad spot, as you mentioned, super far away from the zone, looting around Rinjiang and coming out on that bridge. BPL there, able to get a kill.
Oh,
man,
no.
That's rough. That could be
this
an
is ATC.
Faust on the drive-by. ATC to absolutely cause some pain into BetBoom to make them go boom. But Bestalot with a frag grenade, a very well-placed defensive nade. Doesn't see any Panzerfaust happen just yet. Bestalot, couple of shots in the bum, gets the kill. Keta still on the outside of the fence, holding said Panzerfaust. A drive-by from Adusi, though. He should be more than clinical. Keta, in the end, takes himself out. He did get the landing shot onto Adusi, but he, too, actually ended up falling. Hanny Trolls in chat, though, eliminated. 4 crucial kills for BetBoom.
What? The blowback was so far as well. Keta spins like a little ninja, puts a doozy down on the drive-by. But ATC, disruptive, but not enough for our Sauna Boys and our Hal, who will be trying to claim. Looks like BBL, where they want to fight another day. They've picked up their point. There you go. So the boys now need to get their way rotating. A couple of shots, but they've got to think about timing. Send going to be on that E pickup as well. They're quite far out. They jumped quite early on their flight path, so pretty much down, I believe, in that south to southwest corner. Most of the teams, we're lucky enough, and thanks to production, be able to provide us a secondary feed. A lot of teams are still staying on the green. They don't want to go to the sandy dunes. And actually, one of the teams is Gaming Gladiators. They still haven't claimed north yet. The rest of these teams, they are lurking quite far outside the zone.
As the glider from Brexco, we know Ascend Club have loved to have this in the back pocket throughout a lot of their games of this tournament. They can spot Primal rotating down below towards Stadium. Yeah, fascinating game. Up and down, but it feels like for Sauna boys, they're going to have to pull something very special out here on Rondo. Long way out, deep in the blue, down a player. For me, though, Hal. Hal is the one dead center of this phase 1 circle. Get a good feed, phase 2, then phase 3 could really make something of this game, but they've got to be aggressive. They've got to go and want to take it. You can't just sit back, wait for things to happen. I need to probably see a little bit more aggression from Hal. Just kind of go balls to the wall. At this point, Mark, rip the band-aid off and just see if something happens. Not saying to go too crazy, but there's 2 games after this. You need the points. BetBoom just got 4 kills. Gaming Gladiators are in a pretty good spot. You need to do something.
It's just not the How way, though. But you're right. You're so right. Like, you as a fan of How, you'd be screaming at the monitor going, just push, just get kills, because they always seem to qualify. Now, they've got good position. They are scouting. They're trying to gain as much information where possible. We're going to wait for the zone now to shift as it plays back down towards their side. Does Na'Vi find themselves centralized up? No, it goes a little bit north. So Gaming Gladiators are getting their sandy ending. So we know the stats will favour them. Na'Vi will sit firm in the middle. Bumble Squad already received a bit of a sting from Na'Vi. They're down to 1. But How have an opportunity to hold the outside edge? And that, again, is not their game style. This team would normally like to go centre zone and maybe get some hard cover and play out from there. So there's a lot of opportunities for these teams. I wouldn't be surprised for some more E pickups. We can see VP, they're prepping theirs to go now.
Yeah, but you've got to be versatile. You've got to be versatile, especially in this region at this level, and Hal needs to show that versatility. Go for kills, be aggressive, sweep the edge. This is the kind of circle that you can actually do that. Already in a good position. They're not coming in late. They're not parachuting in at the last second. They've got cars, they've got vehicles, they've got position. GG rotating actually directly south of them right now. I do wonder if they might end up meeting here on the rotation path on the road. Gaming Gladiators, Bumble Squad eliminated. Example picks up a handy kill point for Twisted Minds. I'm just watching the map, and Levante has been able to drive by safely as we now get the overhead. You can see, oh, Rockstars get knocked. I was going to say, getting shot at in the minimap.
Number 2.
Ruin and Code Marco. There's number 2, as you said. Both of the kills from Hal onto GG. So they're making something happen. They need more, though, than just wiping out GG. You can't play that sort of defensive mind of go center, get compound. This is the kind of game where you've got to spread out, get kills. And honestly, they should feel good. You've gotten 2 kills already this game against your direct rival. Go for more.
It's got to feel right, though, hasn't it? You've got those 2 and you're like, yeah, this is the team we need, guys. But just activate, get going. A lot of teams are not going to parachute their way around. Obviously, Na'Vi would know that Twisted Minds are south to them. VP have parachuted in on the other side. This is going to be interesting if it does land in this middle section. There's a very, very steep hill if it plays back down to the south that we know sometimes it can do. Diffix, let's take a few shots. Luca Rocks, though, able to control and keep him in position now. As Na'Vi, they're going to retract back to their compound. So the boys, they find themselves in, but they're in the south-southeast corner. Arguably, again, it's the high terrain. It's very steep hillside. They can maybe hold here. There's not many teams around them. And back to Gaming Gladiators, they have moved past How. Maybe the Wolfpack will move on down and try and claim the final 2, because if you're Gaming Gladiators going out early, it's painful, but going out early to a team like How is even worse, because you have to sit there and watch and wait for that leaderboard to update. And then if they pick up some huge kills and maybe even a chicken dinner, that there is punishing.
Again, a reminder as well, you can find the leaderboard, Wikipedia, Twire. We don't have a live updated standings of it. There is a decent gap. It's not as if GG and Hal are within single digits. In fact, it's currently 27 points coming into this game. So it's a hefty margin with 2 games to go after this. But for Hal, if they wipe out GG, go and have a good game, you know, that 27-point gap might look like I don't know, Mark, 12 to 15 points with 2 games to go. And we know that's far more salvageable. That's far more manageable going into Erangel, a map that Gaming Gladiators statistically have done the worst on in the final 2 games. Another aspect of the puzzle to consider. Marco gets aggressive, pushes down the ridge, spray onto Levante. It is incredible. Gets him down to 1 HP. The Mad gets the headshot onto Dante as well. Levante is barely alive. Perfecting steals the kill.
No.
I mean, it's still good for Hal, but they need every point they can get.
Oh, it shifts north. They're activating slowly, but they're activating. Quite interesting that he shot the car that was for free. It was just roaming away. If he actually picked up the right car, he might have picked up the final shot down to 1. But yeah, Twisted Minds steal from their compound. Zone shifts again. Interesting. Goes back towards the north. Ascend will be happy. They will wrap their way in. Vorpal the same. KZL, who have been disruptive in the early games for the early part of day number 3, they find themselves in the center zone. So a bit more controlled. FaZe using the train to their advantage. We get to watch them wiggle their way. And it might be opportunities now. There's a few opportunities for them just to lay low and maybe sort of build these car fortifications. But does FaZe stop? Do they slow down? I just can't see it.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but this might be a circle that's going to be good for Hal, just because it's either do or die. It's do or die. I'm not saying they're going to necessarily do well, but if they do well, it's probably because they've been forced into playing that way. They're going to be coming in late. They're going to be playing edge. They have got a little bit of indecision here on the map screen. You can see they've just kind of stalled out on the other side of the bridge. They're not quite rotating in. That does mean you got to think about it. If you go in too early, look at all those teams: BBL, Foot, Primal, Ascend. If you go too early, you get crashed. Then you get third party. Then you got teams on either side. If you come in a little bit late, maybe you could be the team that does the third partying, that does the crashing, that does the sending. So we'll see how that works. 90 seconds, bit of time, not a bit of a rush just yet. Na'Vi, interesting split that they've got, still focusing on that south side. High ground advantage, pays dividends for Smash, though, in that fight against T-Bone. Mika, out of nowhere for Ascend, just steals it anyway. For Ascend Club, they'll happily take that one, and Foot Esports will just keep rotating by. What an irrelevant day from Foot Esports, though, Mark. I know that sounds harsh, but I think that's probably the best way to describe it.
Such a good team. Such a good team.
They
That's
are.
a new pickup as well. Maybe they're just getting settled. Maybe they haven't got the secret sauce together as a 4. See, with the additional head-up, it's going to be a change to how it works, the dynamic. Maybe they're still getting settled, but it's the halfway point of the year. You'd hope this team, with the depth of knowledge, will settle a little bit quicker. Lines the shots up. BBL being a pain on the outside edge. You mentioned about coming in late, coming in at the right time. Well, BBL so far today have been doing that really well. Fortunately, they do pick up one. Primal goes back. There's a bit of a drive in. Here comes the Dancers. Howl coming to get some more. They're giving up on the Gaming Gladiators. BBL guy on the outside. Quebecer does pick up Sheila. He should be able to get that confirmed as well. Smash going to be just on the outside, but storing the blue. It's FaZe number 3. A couple more shots from Howl. Can they get number 3 and number 4 on the board? Not going to be the case, as BBL, well, Smash has to get out of the car. He has to get a med on, but he has to rethink how he comes into this zone.
Another kill, for example, in Twisted Minds. They've just quietly been racking that up in this game. Smash, knockdown, Quetpar. Okay, Hal, you got your work cut out for you now here on the edge. You might not like it, but you're in this scenario. You have to be versatile. You've got to be capable. Smash deep in the blue, so he's not really in the kind of position where you can push him, where you can bite him. He's just being a bit of a pest. A rat in the blue. Gets a knock onto one of your top players, Quetpar. Can they get him back up? These are the kind of games you're certainly going to need the numbers, because you're going to be fighting. It's not a case of hard cover. It's not a case of compound where you can be a little bit safer with 2 to 3 players. You need 4 up. You need the numbers for these late game bites. Bard knocked down, almost ran over as 8's the last one up for Foot Esports. Again, it's just not been their day. They haven't really been able to make any kind of mark. They've dropped down into 10th place, only 69 points. And in this situation, that's not quite nice.
It's not nice at all. Na'Vi, they had a bit of a split. Their solos a little bit further afield, as FaZe and KZL are going to go head to head. Winner does pick up Smash at the end there, so we do find that lurk, that danger that was so deep within the blue, but it won't be long before they find another one. Gaming Gladiators is rotating around in that southwest corner. How can they get shifted as well? But back with Foot Esports, now picks up Mika. So they have, unfortunately, the final player down. Now is DBNO, but he's really, really too far out here for NC to try and get that res. So Foot Esports will be a solo. It's definitely outside edge fighting, and it looks like VP will fall to Twisted Minds.
So we've reached the 18-minute mark. It's going to be a lot of this kind of hilly terrain on this very northern side of Rondo. A little bit of greenery, a little bit of tree for cover. 80's done all right to keep himself alive. Actually spots Kill Your Kite. Off into the distance, couple of shots with the Mark 12, 8 times, helping him land a few. Nabat just gets pushed on. Far too easy by FaZe. At this point, I think they're pretty close to being secured for a spot at the Esports World Cup. Don't really have to do much more. It really is just a case of basically donut the last 2 games, and you're in.
The other problem we've got as well, which I've already spoken about, and I know there's a story unfolding with the high level teams, but we're on the second half of the final day. If a team that is not in contention gets a winner chicken dinner, they're big points that are going to be taken away from a team like Sauna Boys, which we keep harping on about, that really need. So yes, Sauna Boys need to activate and they need to get a bit more aggressive and get those kills. But they also potentially need to stop other teams trying to get winner chicken dinners. FaZe now sits in the middle. That's not too bad. But look at that Vorpal Sword. They're in the middle. If they get themselves a winner chicken, they will be happy. Yes, they're going to be putting points. But for the overall scheme of things, it doesn't have that much of a support for some of these teams. And one of these teams, unfortunately, has a twisted mind. Lou with a P90 descending down. Jempty is making a run for it. He's on the 1s and 2s, trying to get to a bit of cover where he can. It's Battlegrounds with the P90. That's even worse. As he's trying to find any bit of cover he can. I don't think he's made the decision. That rock's not good enough. He's going to go for a full send. Final player now for Sauna Boys. Oh, no, it's 2 kills. It might be out. It is. 10th place for them. They will fall.
So unfortunate for Sauna Boys. And that's definitely, in my eyes, a line through them of a top 3 spot to get to Riyadh, to get to the Esports World Cup. And I think this had to be a game somewhat similar to HAL, where you're still contesting. It doesn't probably have to be the game, the one where you go and get like a 10-kill win or a 12-kill win, but just nothing really from it. What was it? 2 kills, 2 points. That's just not going to be enough. So yeah, I don't think they've got what it takes going into Erangel to overcome the deficit that they still find themselves in. But HAL, different story, slightly. They're not really the kind of team right now that's looking like they're really close, but they are going to be capable of closing that gap slightly going into Erangel. So they've done a good job. 4 players up. We saw them having to manage BBL earlier, who were in the blue with Smash. They got that knock. HAL got the revive. They move forward. There's a kill onto It's Chris, and things are just starting to happen very slowly throughout this game. But it is snowballing for HAL. 7 kills throughout this game. Just a nice little spread. It hasn't been like a hot 5-minute stretch, but they have been able to play the edge maybe a lot better than you anticipated, Mark.
Yeah, they're just chipping away at it, and it's not their game style. They'd normally be kind of a KZL or maybe a FaZe on. They play for the end game. BB, well, there's a big nade, comes through, Spyro gets the spray with the Org. Now it's going to be down to Mika. He's going to, of course, put the gun up, but go straight out. A doozy there to claim. That's 3 down and out, and Ascend will fall. They do fall in the placement points. There's going to be an additional for them, but back to how, like, I think they want to be in their comfort zone. But I'd argue, yeah, I think you're right that they're looking good outside of it at the moment. Maybe this could be a HAL win. Maybe this could be a win that they need, and this might change the shift going into those final 2 games, because even at the moment with 7 kills and we're in 7th place, it's been a good game from HAL, and they still keeping in the talking points that they could go for qualification.
Yeah, and this doesn't need to be the winning moment, right? They don't absolutely need to win here. Game of Gladiators are out. That's a team you're kind of chasing. You do still have Bet Boom in this game along with FaZe, so not ideal, right? You would love to have probably seen, a Bet Boom also go out, but something to consider is you can't have it all. At least one of those top 3 out early. Another chance here. You got to win these fights, though. Too much pressure onto the Mad and COD. Marco, also third party by KZL, long range shot. Suddenly for HAL, it is not going their way. Good knock, at least from Quetpa. Need to just relieve the pressure down to just, 2 up at the moment. Although BB, not much better. Bestalotch and the doozy. Circle shifts, goes over towards this pond, keeps it in. Code Marco, you can clearly see, though, not in a position to get revived. So Quetpa ruined. Although, you could go for the run. If you can get the smokes out to him, maybe there's still a world in which you could go for this revive. Code Marco's at a rock. The blue's not in just yet. It's not moving, so they're going to go for it. It's probably the right play. You need all the numbers that you can get.
Yeah, and both teams actually going for that. Huge shout for Bester. He baited those shots in from the Mad, didn't he? He pushed the car outside, and they thought there was someone lurking there. They did find him, but both teams should be able to get that res, and they'll be back fighting for that sort of northwest corner now. Back on the other side of here, Vorpal sort of moving in. Navi's final player, so it's in store remaining, but the zone shifts away. They've got to continue to push. Vex, though, down to one shot. He's down actually on DBNO. Gustav now the final player for FaZe. Says this is the other part. You might be in the center of the zone, but you might become the center of attention for a lot of teams, and Gustav might just have to try and lay low. Only 2 kills for them. As we find 10 kills on the other side, though, off a BB team, and that there is how out in 7th place. That's a huge loss, but they're still ahead of Gaming Gladiators, just not BB team. So there's one team still chasing, or chaseable, should we say, from the Wolves.
Yeah, it might not be a 27-point gap. Might end up being 20 with 2 games to go, which is not that bad. Certainly better from Hal. I mean, good signs. They're going to have to continue to improve on that going into Erangel, but nicely done from BetBoom, who have got themselves a bit of an open vacancy now on this north side of the pond. Gustav still in a good spot, but eventually does his spot get uncovered? We'll have to see. Vorpal Swords have got a lurking snake behind them in SoSed in the blue at the moment, as you can see on the mini-map, but he's got eyes, he's got angles towards Vorpal Swords, and at any moment he could strike, and there it is. There is that strike. He gets one onto Razor. If he gets this knock, it's a death. He can't get it. And Excrum able to just stay alive by bare margins, and he can get the revive on a Razor.
Got to do it quick though. Lou is lurking. 9 kills. Scrap that. 10 kills now. Just in mind, Between's always there to put another point on the board. Make that 11. Vorpal Sword now down. Really interesting ending, actually. I do like this map. I do think it's got a lot to offer when it comes down to end zones. A lot of them have been quite open. That's not what I like sometimes, but this one, a little better. A little bit train. You can kind of like work your way around the labyrinth. That might be the end zone at the moment, which does mean low numbers will benefit potentially. So maybe a Gustav can lay low. Maybe it will continue to retract back towards the team BB with a doozy. That water is treadable, so it is playable. For now, I'm just going to sit and wait. It might be a bit of a lull, but it's an interesting end zone. Very, very different than what we've seen.
Yeah, certainly is. KZL towards the end of this game. Good for them. Usually the kind of team that's scrappy, fights early, which by playing that way doesn't really see them, you know, sort of collect the placement points necessary to have a super incredible tournament. They've only had one top 5 finish since the opening 2 games of this tournament. So it's been a bit of a dry spell for KZL to get to another top 5 finish. As Razor's getting inundated with frag grenades, just trying to avoid them, using the smoke for visual cover. 11 kills for Twisted Minds, and this is going to do them a world of good in terms of PGC points. Again, they don't need the top 3 to go to LAN, but the higher they finish, the more points that they will get. And, I mean, we don't have the live leaderboard, but they well and truly go above Sauna Boys, and in fact may actually go above HAL, and maybe even Virtus Pro. So it could be a really big jump up for Twisted Minds from, say, 7th into something like 4th, and that's a handy amount of PGC points to get inside of just one game, as Cold Waster gets the knock onto Perfectix. Cavalry should arrive. Gustav potentially spotted at this rock, I would imagine so, with the way that Aduzi is throwing these nades. Now the blue zone nade as well to follow. Gustav, will he just be able to tank this? I think he might. Ooh, big double nade.
It's huge, though. And again, it's part of the train. In case they're able to move. Afro, he's up the top there, so he's got overlock. But he's locking it down just at the moment. I think that blue zone nade was a bit of a... potentially there could be someone there. Gustav not showing his hand just yet. The perfect. This is down. Lou is going to make the move forward. There is 2 remaining for Twisted Minds, but 1 DBNO in the zone is coming in. But we are in our top 4. BB team find themselves in an end zone with some high players count, though. 3 for them, but 3 for KZL. As you mentioned before, that team, well, they're not really aggressive in the first couple of zones, but then they tap out. This time, they need to get aggressive on the end. There's 1 DBNO. This could be a huge nade. Kobe is inbound, might bounce nicely. So it just falls short. BB team able to get that res back on, and it's a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, this is huge for BetBoom to pretty much secure themselves a top 3 spot if they can find a way to win this game. 3 versus 3, as you said. Bit of a stretch in terms of where the players are located. Bestaloch not quite with a Doozy and Spyro, so you get a bit of a different angle that might help them out. I wonder, what can Bestaloch do from this position? Can he really move? Can he find an angle? This is what Shiplester is trying to do. Get onto the right side here. Catch them on the rock. The Doozy You can see just the tiny little ridge there where that tree is. It's kind of dipping down into the rock of Aduzi, which makes it difficult to get the sight line. But right now, the position, the core position is with KZL on top of this hill. It's going to be very difficult for BetBoom.
He's trying to crush him with Doritos. They're coming down. Don't quite catch him. They will roll down the hill, but creative. Only from Spyro, that would happen. Shiplisto, nice rock off angle. Look, if you're phased, you've gone down to BB team, you're kind of back in KZL to try and get the win. There's a quick kill confirmed. There's a 3 versus 2. Can BB tuck himself in, but 13 kills. Woohoo! BB team, another game here on the final day, looking strong. And it's a team which, as always spoken about, they prefer to chase sometimes the lead. This might even put him up in the lead, but Afro peekaboo, Spyro goes down. It's now the final player from BB team. There's a lot to ask. There's a bit of distance, but he's not in zone for best.
Yeah, unfortunately, Best Odds just was never really able to get into a position to fight. He's kind of just stuck at the shack, although he peeks out, gets the headshot onto Afrite. But it's 1v2. Certainly possible, certainly doable. There's a smoke up that he can use for cover. Wants to just maybe play towards the water and get an angle onto Shiplest. Doesn't need to over-peak this. I mean, for KZL, if they really want this win, get some extra PGC points, just play it out smartly, but there's one way to finish it off. KZL, an 8-kill win, their first win of the qualifiers, and, well, second last coming into this game. I do wonder, I think with this win, they should actually overtake Ascend, putting Ascend into the bottom 2.
It will be very, very painful. BB will take the kills, damage coming in from Twisted Minds, they were sweeping their way in. And look, BB, they didn't have to go out to the blue, they didn't have to deny because KZL's so far out from them. And actually, maybe the opportunity to get another kill, maybe it's 1 point ahead of a phase. It seems to be these two are clashing massively as they are clawing every single point they can get.
Yeah, it was a really good performance for BetBoom to make it to the end game. Another good end game performance from FaZe as well. So again, these teams have actually been incredibly consistent. I think really probably from about midway through yesterday to about now, those top teams have really been infallible. They haven't really made too many errors. BB, 19 points. They didn't win the game, but they got the most points, and that really matters more than actually getting the chicken dinner. And Twisted Minds as well, 18 points from this game. I said before, 7th coming in to the particular game. I think this might be enough to get them to something like 4th because Virtus.pro actually got 0 points. So we'll go to the overall leaderboard here, but I would imagine a big jump up for Twisted Minds from 7th to 4th, indeed confirmed. For Hal, 109 points, 20 now behind Gaming Gladiator. So they only shrunk that gap by 7 points. I don't know if that's enough. The position they were in, with Gaming Gladiators out early, they needed a little bit more. It was always going to be difficult, but they did need more. 20 points, 2 games to go for them. For Sauna Boys, I'm putting a line through them, Mark, with 2 games to go. I just don't think they can do it.
I 100% agree with you. They needed better games. They've not got it. Unfortunately, it fell a little bit short. Teams were pushing in. They got caught. We saw that as they tried to work the Miramar. They were in the right place and able to get the chicken dinner. I think that is done and dusted. How they still stand a chance, but they need to kind of play like they played that last game and like where the position was right. Those Xenox, they were in the right area, but they weren't able to convert BB. If they did, that might put them in position for a win or at least a 2nd place and more placement points.
Yeah, really big win for KZL. Well done to them. 2 games to go here for the EMEA qualifiers as we look to get this one wrapped up. There's not too many storylines that haven't quite got the ending figured out. We're still looking to see if Hal can get the job done, get into top 3, but they've got some work to do. 20-point gap, 2 games to go. We'll see if they can get it done after the break. So we head to the evergreen pastures of Erangel to finish off these EMEA qualifiers. It's been an absolute blast, Mike. It's been great fun. We're getting towards the end of this. We somewhat know, I think, the teams that are looking to qualify for Riyadh. I think we know which teams are looking to get the majority of the PGC points. The last remaining question is, have HAL got what it takes to overcome a 20-point deficit? 2 games to go. We also full well know for Gaming Gladiators, they only have picked up 17 points through 4 games of Erangel. Put that into your calculator, run the averages. It's not a lot.
No, it's not a lot. And it's not a position they want to be in, ending on Erangel. But it is a different game style for HAL. They either need to get really good lucky circle, which means they're going to position themselves up for the winner chicken dinner. They'll try and pick up the kills from the position. Or do we see them having to push their way in towards the zone? Look, HAL can do it. I know it's a long shot, but the problem is they need to do it twice here. We've got game number 5 and game number 6. Yes, maybe a 1-dash attempt to the last game is a bit of a roll of the dice, but it takes skill and mindset to bag it twice.
Do you want one extra caveat to maybe give you a convince here that HAL can do it? They're 5th on Erangel alone. So 27 points gained from the 4 games. It's only a 10-point difference, but maybe it highlights a little bit more comfortability here going into these final 2 maps that on Erangel, hey, if there's going to be a time, 20-point gap, we go to this map, we're a little bit better statistically than the team we're trying to chase down. That gives you such a boost to team morale. But I will say it can end very quickly. As we head into the 5th game tonight, if we see a massive game from Gaming Gladiators and HAL get nothing, then that storyline comes to an end. This is huge. The penultimate game of the EMEA qualifiers. HAL need to overcome a 20-point deficit. Gaming Gladiators need to hold on. Then there's the whole PGC storyline in terms of the points that we just saw Twisted Minds rocket up the standings, that we've seen, you know, VP, can they continue to get some good points? There's all of that as well. But a qualification to a $2 million LAN, I think we want to focus on that right now while it's still here.
I think it's different, isn't it? Because you normally see qualifiers and the online parts having money to be bagged with it. I think there's a money element towards the PGC points, but you just mentioned it there. There is a huge prize pool if you can get yourself through this one. And look, I am biased. This is my favourite region, but from what I've seen, it's pretty close. It has been close. I think it's really day 3 where we really started to see a lot more separation compared to the other days. But arguably also it's been the day where we've drawn the line, especially after the first 2 games, to a lot of the teams. And the story will unfold with a few more. Different stories have unfolded, as we can see in the map. The Bumble Squad and ATC are just going at it in the heart and soul of Pachinki. There comes the zone. It is that way. HAL just sit on the outside. GG a little bit further in. They will know they are neighbouring, but we'll get straight in towards this hot drop. ATC, where they lose 1. Now they're going to try and take on the Bumble Squad.
Yeah, ATC have actually been the ones that dropped all the way to that bottom 2. I thought it was maybe going to be Ascend, but when we saw that leaderboard, right, the bottom 5 is 63, 63, 62, 62, and then unfortunately Bumble Squad here on our screens on 40, but that is a very close bottom 5. Ascend, BBL, KZL, and any trolls in chat, all virtually on the same amount of points, and all virtually just filling the same position in that bottom 5. Fuzzface again, one of the last 2 alive, getting the kills. I've seen this story too many times. It doesn't have a happy ending, but it's got a nice little middle part.
Again, a bit shout. He's not the highest killer of the squad, but he's just consistently there. It just shows the depth of knowledge that he does bring. Has the skill, able to break down these zones. Obviously, we've seen him in these areas before with other teams as well, so it's a rehearsed Pachinki. We're going to go around one way. Fuzzface has got 2 kills in the moment. Master DBNO looking to try and get the res if they can, but maybe just a bit too close towards Bumble Squad. They've got to apply the pressure if they want to be up another number. But for now, it's phase number 1. Fuzzface will find himself a shotgun. Now, he's only got 3 shots to do it. Arguably, well, scrap that. 2 more shots to do it. He could do it. And he hasn't got a lot in the scar either. So, good luck. It looks like Fuzz might be going for a full send.
Yeah, Marselect, the one that has the most kills for ATC, but an intriguing stat is Fuzzface has died first the least for ATC through this entire qualifier, so he's always alive, right? Like, that's kind of the feeling you get with Fuzzface, and statistically backed up as Mixon almost getting an opportunity to get rid of Iron Deep. They've got him surrounded. They've got the roof, they've got the revive onto Marselect coming through, and they're looking for the fourth and final kill. And a chance for Mixon again. Iron sights on the AK. Blue zone nade.
Great use.
Absolute nuisance from Iron Deep. And he runs all the way up. No, doesn't quite get there. Dies to his own nade. And Bumble Squad, well, they bid us farewell here for game 5 of the night.
It was a bid of farewell. And I think they're just double guessing it. The angle still being held there by ATC. Good use of blue zone nade. Don't forget, that's one of the things I do like about it. It goes up and down, so he does use it. I think he mistimed his run. I think if he delayed a little bit, he might have run in just behind it, but no, he gets caught out. So Bumble Squad are down and out. ATC back to a 3. They're in, give or take, a good position now. Most of these teams are going to start moving on in. Football Sword, well, we know they've been caught sometimes out by that bridge, but they have been there first, so I think they might take this one a little bit more cautious. We look at them. Prime, on the other hand, well, it has been a North George drop pretty much every single game. Joxy is a little bit further in. He's be looking over towards BBL. It could go anyway. It might swing towards that west. We know the Everest does like to retract the zone back. It also does like to play back down to where Twisted Minds are as well. So if you feel like it's a zone that will be interesting at the end, and there'll be a few teams here not wanting to take an early fight compared to some of the others.
Yeah, I mean, that's also the question you ask if you're a HAL, also as well if you're a GG. I think they're on, or at least in my opinion, would be opposite ends of the spectrum. If you're gaming Gladiators, you probably don't want to force anything. You don't need to force anything. You know, be defensive if teams approach you, etc. But you don't need to go and make crazy plays and crazy sense. HAL might still feel like, 20-point gap. Do we really need to overplay certain scenarios and crash into certain locations and go hunting for kills? Maybe not. Maybe not at this point, especially 5 minutes into the second last game of the night. See how the game develops, the way this plays out. The one thing I like about this kind of area of Erangel as well, it's not quite as scarce for buildings. You've got a lot of different occupying buildings that you can get in and around that Pachinki area because of those updates a while ago. So if it does go north, Rozhok River becomes a nuisance. If it goes to the Gatka Fields, again, you got a lot of those yellow buildings. Everest becomes a bit of an intriguing position. But I think, again, for HAL, they're the ones to kind of focus on in a game like this where they're the chasers. For Gaming Gladiators, hold still. They got the hill on Pachinki. Love that spot for them. Don't have to do anything. Oh, lovely little bolty shot from Next to land that one here over towards Ruins. Still 4 minutes until phase 2. Yeah, pretty default kind of circle. Primal make the move, actually. And this is a pretty aggressive play from Primal. I'm not sure what has warranted this. Joxy is around the area. Maybe just providing a bit of backup. And we did see in the kill feed. Big kill for Quetpa. Any point that HAL is able to accumulate is an important one for them.
It's the points that are needed. I think Joxy was the one over just watching. He was here first. I think he's made the call that this might be an isolation. So, I suppose what Primal are fighting for, I suppose, context for chat, really. From 16th place, it's 5 PGC points. In every position you go further up, it's going to be an additional 5 until you get to that 5th spot. We see ourselves get 80, and then 105, 130, 155, and for first place will be a whopping 200 points. So, some teams have fallen down. I think Primal are looking to claim another 5 PGC points in every position they can take.
Yeah, Jogsy just, jumping around, seeing if he can get any information. Two teams that, ultimately, like you said, you're kind of fighting over scraps.
Yeah.
You're not really going to be gaining too much. And but if you have a really good PEC fall, if you qualify, then you do well in the event. Who knows? That those 5-10 points could be a difference maker.
It's going to be big at the end. I think it's going to come a lot closer down than what we might have anticipated, especially early on. And look how close it's been here. Fortunately for Sauna Boys, we drew a line under him, and FaZe will claim it. Tempty gets caught on that rotation. FaZe already positioned up and able to claim one back towards our Primal and BBL. Yeah, Joxy was first. He was having a little scout. Remember, these guys land sort of North George, but he rotated a little bit earlier. Looks like Rustamar's backing him up. They're trying to figure out where these last couple of players are from BBL. You can see the bunny hops coming in, trying to gain as much intel as possible. And Smashball, you don't really want to fall down because you're going to hear that sound cue if you do go a little bit further than you need to. Look at the map. VP, Ascend. They're going head-to-head at the bottom here. Hopefully Ascend might be able to claim some points. Maybe Luke Rocks hasn't been spotted and they will just drive on by. But for now, the zone is descending its way in. Most of our teams are in. There's a couple of individual players lurking on the outside, but we are down to 15 teams and 56 players.
FaZe is going to get a bit of a freebie on to Diffex. Yeah, Na'Vi already going to the LAN, but I think they're going to be leaving quite a lot of PGC points on the table from this event. Smash on 2 HP, 3 frag grenades, throws it off, random direction. Rustamar getting tagged up.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, Smash does get himself taken down by a nade of Nuvi. And Lyron going for the revive onto Schiller to get him back up. Smash absolutely not in a position to get revived. 1 frag grenade. Nuvi. That one is not able to get anything more. Here's the solo for Primal. And such is the case when you get to kind of the end of these tournaments as well. You kind of beg the question, how much is there to fight for? Talking about 5, 10, 15 PGC points. We're not even talking about money. There's not even the monetary aspect. So teams are more willing to send it, to be aggressive. I feel like Erangel also can certainly just sometimes play that way, especially compared to Miramar. I think throughout this tournament, Miramar a bit slow to begin and then got going. Erangel, the pace has kind of been there throughout the entire time. As Schiller, that's a wonderful nade, lands onto the head of Nubi. And look, 3 kills for BBL. They'll get the revive on a Smash now. Now they can get it.
Yeah, Free Sports, they were lurking on the third party. And Novi, it was trying to be creative, but that was a great nade. Used the wall and well, bounced around the corner. Pinpoint accuracy and BBL, despite being on the back burner, should I say, from Primal. Able now to get, oh my God, and now the zone. Do you know what? Well done. GG, you deserve a zone. There we go. Bang. Straight up to the northwest. FaZe are going to be laughing because they're like, oh, I thought we was going to have to move south for this one now. They're going to have to trap back, and it is Everest that claims again. It continues to pull that zone back. Looks like Footy Sports going to get on the early rotation. Maybe they go hit Q where they can. Smaller Boys, despite losing 1 on that rotation with FaZe, they're going to push all the way back to where they started. Because remember, they drops for Sverny. And there might be how GG as they path pretty close here. They won't know just yet, but it is game number 5. He said semantics do come out, and if a knock happens on the rotate, that might be handbrake up, at least for How, and especially for GG.
Yeah, one of the better plays, though, from Foot Esports that we've seen from them today. Arguably, maybe their best play. Love the 2-2 split. They take loot delivery. They got also the little garage as well, just on the base of Everest. So they can play both sides of the river, depending on what happens. Levante with the drive. Well, with Cove Marco driving by, gets the kill, and that is huge. This is going to be a turnaround for Hal. They've got to probably do something here. You know where GG is. Do you go for them? You've just lost 1. They're just on the north side of Ruins. Not a great spot to be. You lose a player to that direct rival. Do you change up your approach here? Maybe go for Bro. You're playing at the yellows. Yeah, there's no movement. There's no response. Unfortunately, it's just a case of, oh, nothing we can really do about it. We can't just throw away the position. Right now for How, they've just got to bank on a south shift on phase 3. They've got to absolutely pray this does not go north, that it does not go north of the Roshok River. Unfortunately, they were not close enough to GG to maybe help out, and that's a big, big loss for How Esports against, of all teams as well, Gaming Gladiators.
It just tells like they've gone back to default playing. The most success they've had was from an aggressive outside edge game, and now they've found themselves going to where they believe the end zone is going to be. Just demands on the defense here with Vorpal Sword. Yes, they weren't close enough to maybe take on that fight with GG, but now this is different. They're on 1 kill. They're down to 3 players, but they're relying on the roll of a dice. Does it go their way? Does it pull back? I'd like to say it would. There's a lot of water that potentially will say otherwise. Maybe another zone they can hold on to, but if it goes towards that north, they're going to be sandwiched. BBL, GG, KZL, ATC, and even Ascend going to potentially wrap in on this side, and that's even before we talk about that 2-2 split. I do have faith, though. I do think it is going to go back towards Everest at the moment. I think that's what we're seeing. How looking to play for a winner-winner chicken dinner.
And look, that's not a bad approach. If you get the win, it's great. Yeah. You know, when it comes off, it's amazing. And honestly, it's really dependent on phase 3, which then, you know, if it goes north, then you have to play that kind of style that we saw from them on Rondo. So you're forced into it. And then if it goes south, then you get your kind of game plan. But those yellows are honestly pretty susceptible to crashes anyway. It's not exactly as if you're holding a key prio real estate location. It's just a bit of a scrappy hold, hope for the best on a south shift. You got to then play around it. You got to be very aggressive with your defense. You can't just sit inside of the building, which then means if you've got teams like KZL on Everest, if they're able to look down in towards the yellow and not allow you to then push out and play around the compound, yeah, it becomes very susceptible to a crash. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out. 5 seconds, zone about to pop. North, south, where do we go? Big ramifications, and it does go to the north side of the river. Hal will have to play an edge game once again. Big feed for FaZe. Na'Vi as well at the crash plane. Good spot on the north. So, boys, not a bad position either. And all the way over towards Rostock, Batboom, Twisted Minds. We'll see what they can do. But there's a large contingency of teams on the south side. For Foot Esports, straight in towards loot delivery. They get the 2-2 split to work out for them. Perfect circle play from Foot Esports for Phase 2, Phase 3.
It goes their way. Some of the boys will be blessed. I think they would have wanted their style of zone a couple of games before. Okay, so they will go over the top as well. How will still remain? How long do you go down? Are you going to see ATC are in chat? GG getting knocked. Do you activate? Do you go? Where do you go? You're going to be under pressure flow from Foot Esports and BBO on the other side. So there's a lot to happen in this southwest corner. Looks like full control. BB trying to push Twisted Minds further in towards zone themselves. Now, we've seen Twisted Minds play these south sides back towards Gaming Gladiators. They having to go back. They need to be able to get out this one alive. They do get the res, but ATC, well, they're making the push forward. That's a good nade. Jumps and but Fuzzface able to land it. Rocks goes down. Levante is fighting, but look at that. Fuzzface, unfortunately, he goes down also. So ATC, they're down to a 2, and they are fighting for everything at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are. No Fuzzface to help them out this time around. Quetpa eliminated for Hal. And 1 does fall as well. Make it 2 for Gaming Gladiators. At the hands of Mixon, 5 kills. So starting to just rack up some points in a game again where they don't have the full squad. Seen this a couple of times for many trolls in chat. 2 players up. Okay. Over towards Na'Vi though. They lose Sosed to Cold West though, who's able to get the pretty quick kill. Afrat and Casso though, both fall. Good little double knock to help out. They needed that one for Na'Vi, who don't really have a lot of points throughout today. Again, continue to just not really be anywhere close to the position they found themselves in at the end of day 1. And there goes Hal, and there goes probably their ticket to Riyadh, to the Esports World Cup LAN, with this performance here on Erangel. Not able to play the edge, not able to get the circle luck either for a feed, and they go out in 14th.
Yeah, the only saving grace is Gaming Gladiators if they go, but you'd argue to say that 20-point gap that they had coming into this one is one too many. You'd need a huge game. Is it possible? Yeah, of course it is, but it's very much unlikely. Not good for the Hal fans. Luca Rux, though, he's someone that does make the impossible possible. So he gets 1, he's going to make the push now, gets that confirmed, denies the information as he does come out on the other side. He's even looking to try and capitalise as well as he gets the angle. He does, he lands, and Vorpal scored well, 13th place for them. This is a dangerous duo for VP, but don't forget, they've already secured their spot, so they're looking to climb an extra 5 PGC points every position they can now get.
KZL go out, unable to defend their chicken dinner from the last game, so they don't go back-to-back. FaZe getting an absolute god circle and have certainly now all but confirmed they will be heading off to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. And certainly with the only real competition now wiped out, that gap way too big, so they will be going. Batboom certainly will be going as well, and Gaming Gladiators now surely assured to be going minus something crazy in the last game. I don't think there's any kind of crazy, though, in how Esports is Kill able to get the knock plus kill on to Scav. It does mean the last game is going to be mainly about PGC points. You'll be looking at your Twisted Minds, your Virtus Pros, your Na'Vis, who still alive in this game. Can they get something to happen coming out of Crash Plane, down to Fairist, Hakatori? They've still got a good position. They need kills. They need to stay alive, get some placement points, keep trying to get up that leaderboard and acquire as many PGC points as they can get.
Right, those points make prizes. Prizes will be at the end of the year. Be crowned the champion of 2024. That's the event you want to be doing at it. Here comes Ascends. They'll be looking to make a comeback for the second half of the year, as they are going to be falling short here for EWC. Esports World Cup won't be an Ascend, unfortunately for them. Some of the boys will also be the same. They were so close. But like what we're seeing now, and they always just fell down to a solo player getting caught, unfortunately. Gaming Gladiators do go out in 10th, but I said before, a 20-point is a bit too much to ask.
Yeah, it certainly is. It does kind of feel like this is starting to just wind down. Not every PUBG tournament, Mark, ends up being an absolute classic that comes down to the last game. even just getting down to the second last game is more than fine. It's been a great tournament. It's been a lot of fun. We've seen some really good dominance from the likes of FaZe and Bet Boom. And look, day one was incredibly even. Day two, little separation. Day three, full confirmation, as is always the case on the final day. So the last game to come after this, PGC points still up for grabs, but for EWC, for top three, yeah, that'll be all she wrote. In terms of this game, one more team to go out before we get to the placement points. I would imagine it should be Marcelik. It should be any trolls in chat. He is in the blue. Oh, there you go. Nail Up will put an end to him. If it wasn't going to be Nail Up, it was going to be the blue anyway.
Yeah, it was. It was a matter of time. It was a matter of time, but time and place, and it's game number 5. We have one more to go after this one. Expect explosive action now on game 6 for a lot of these teams that haven't made it, because it is the points they'll be looking for and trying to get as many kills as they can. The zone does tighten itself down. High ground still being held by FaZe. They took the time to come in, and as a result, they get blessed. He has pulled back towards the north. VP down for 2. They wrap in on the top. Na'Vi still wrapping their way in, and looks like Sauna Boys looking to claim. They do claim the last one as Kilikai going for a full send in. Elsko will claim it. But for Esports, we said earlier that actually they played this area really, really well. They went for that 2-2 split rapidly. But as a result, they now need to work their way in. It won't be too long, but actually Ferris that does pick up Elsko. Sauna Boys down and out in 7th.
There goes BBL in 6 to follow immediately afterwards. Perfectix able to pick up his 5th kill of this game, as Twisted Minds have been able to close the day in a really good showing. In fact, have quietly been able to get a lot of kills today. 13 kills, 3rd place in the last match. 6 kills, 6 kills. 2 kills in the opening game. And 6th, 7th, 5th, 3rd, and now top 5. Very consistent day from Twisted Minds as Nail Up. Unable to go much further. Hackatory with a double knockdown. Again, Na'Vi don't have the numbers. In fact, it is only Hackatory as the solo. But any of these points and any of these kills acquired for Hackatory and for Na'Vi certainly flow into the 6th and final game today. They can get some extra points, a little bit of a bonus as the solo, and not ideal for Foot Esports, who I thought really played well in this game. Certainly one of their better matches in a day that they've been a little bit lackluster. They haven't really been able to get anything going. 14th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and only 4 kills throughout the entirety of today. So certainly better in this game. A little bit too little too late for Foot Esports, and they go out in 5th in this one. Another kill for Hackatory, and Na'Vi into the top 4, despite having a couple of players missing for some time.
How quick this game's going, though. We're phase 5, and we're at top 4. Well, game 17 of 18. Twisted Minds have got a nice 4 phase. 6 kills, VP with 2, and Na'Vi with a 1. Actually, Twisted Minds, they might be able to claw this one back and actually really disrupt, as we said quite early in the pre-show. It's one of these teams, the Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and VP. It's the PGC points, and we'll be looking for this one. James gets confirmed. So 4, 3, 2, 1, as we will end this phase number 5. We'll be pushing to phase 6. I can't see the handbrake coming on for these teams. I think they want to get this one cleared out as quick as possible.
I agree with you there. It's the same kind of teams, isn't it? Once again, Twisted Minds, FaZe, Virtus Pro. As is always the case with these tournaments, these teams pull away, right? Like, you don't really see the top dogs have 3 bad days, 2 bad days, usually maybe 1 kind of average day. And I feel like for the majority of this lobby, that was kind of day 1 in some ways. You know, it was Na'Vi that was leading after day 1 on 50 points. And now the likes of Bet Boom, FaZe have well and truly pulled away as the tournament's gone on. FaZe have absolutely dominated in terms of kills. Their placement points have certainly been a little bit, well, yeah, leaving some to be desired, but they get themselves top 4 here. They should actually almost probably go on and win this game if this goes north, and it does. So it's looking like FaZe should be able to go and maybe claim a win, a rare win. They've only had 1 chicken dinner throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah,
it's been the kills that have really helped FaZe get to where they are.
Yeah, they got the position. Depends. Twisted Minds pushed, I suppose, that south hill a lot quicker. They might be able to hold him in. VP might cause a bit of issue, but yeah, the placement points. It's been some real interesting insights. Great, mate. Thank you very much. Perfectix need. There's been some really interesting facts. You've highlighted quite a few of them, actually, to be fair. With the Game of Gladiator is looking really strong on the sand. compared to the grass. They've been underperforming. We look on the other side of things, though. BB looking strong here as well. Twisted Minds are working their way back up. But again, the big one for me, FaZe, very, very strong on kills, but struggling with placement. Now, PUBG is a game of two halves. FaZe have got to this point heavy on kills. They just need to just tighten that placement, that control on the end zones, and this would be a good time to practice it. Can they convert this? It's a top 3 scenario. They're down a number. They're in hard cover. Can they convert a chicken dinner? That's the things they need to be working on, especially going towards Esports World Cup.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. You want to build great habits. I think FaZe have really just gotten better as the tournament's gone on. Of course, BetBoom. I feel like BetBoom has maybe been a little bit more evenly spread in terms of their placement points and their kills. You know, they're second for kills, they're first for placement points. FaZe have certainly looked very dominant, though, at times in this server. Twisted Mind's not far behind them at this point, though, with the performance they've had today. 6 kills for Perfectix. A little bit slow to finish this one off. Still 4 up, though, for Twisted Minds. They don't quite have the same positional advantage as FaZe, but they got the numbers advantage. 4 versus 3. Lucarux the solo for Virtus.pro. It's been an interesting day for Virtus.pro. I mean, I feel like we haven't probably seen them be ultra consistent. You know, second place, 9 kills, then 10th. Second place, 7 kills, then 13th. So it's kind of been one up, then down, one up, then down. And this one's going to be another one that's at least up. It's probably cost them, you know, maybe like a top 3 throughout the middle portion of yesterday. VP were kind of looking like a top 3, top 4 team.
Yeah. Definitely on that day number 1, right? That day number 1, they came out swinging. And we see this a lot. VP sometimes, majority of the time, will put the first chicken dinner under the belt when you look back at some of the other events, the stats. But and they're good. Deserved pick up by Virtus Pro. I think it's a well refined team, a team which we know the names very, very well, and they are good at putting points on the board when it matters, and that's maybe why they're in that power ranking. I don't think when we look at PGC3 that they have a great event, no, but within a week they turned it round, and I think that speaks a lot to a team. We don't have the long distance gap between the LAN, so they don't have the time to rehearse, practice, and get the reps back in. But a week apart, and we saw a completely different picture from this team. So obviously, rightfully so, and Big GG's, well, they've got that invite, and from the power rankings, they will be there. So I think they will just be happy to ensure that there's only a couple of teams coming through from this lobby, because it has been pretty close. The EMEA region, generally speaking, after the first couple of days, it was a tight, and it was potentially anyone's up for grabs.
Yep. A little crate, little helping hand for FaZe.
Oh.
Why not? Level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. And you can grab yourself an AWM as well. For good measure. I mean, they are down a player, right? So they need the little helping hand. That's okay. Just the Titans have got the 4 players. FaZe get the crate. I think that's all fair. What does Lucarux do here? Stuck at the rock.
I was about to say, well, if it's fair for them, what do you give Lucarux then? Maybe the zone bomb. Not the case. Then you jinx it away from him. You give it to the other 2, mate. And yet again, you might find that the person lurking on the outside, Lucarux out of opportunities now. I think Battlegrounds and Perfectix have maybe punched his number in. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, Battlegrounds landing one little warning tag onto Lucarux if you move any forward. Any more forward? Oh, little tag back to Battlegrounds here. Little double tap, 6 HP. Well, I don't think Battlegrounds is going to be peaking anytime soon. Going to have to heal back up. Lucarux has actually made it to the tree. Don't know if he's got any more smokes, though. He's going to need them to get past the tree itself. He's gotten from one destination to the second, but he's certainly not at the final. Into the zone he goes. Battlegrounds should be able to land his shots, but he's just evading. He's just avoiding all of these shots from Battlegrounds. Battlegrounds is probably like, I've had enough. Can someone else just kill this man? And he gets a shield up as well inside of the circle. What an absolute annoying pest is Lucarux, but well played from him too.
The polar bear's got a bite, mate. He refusing to go down. We've seen him started moments, even lurking, waiting as a solo. He packs a big punch, and yet again, he's still doing the same. 8 kills for Twisted Minds. They might have been bitten little bit too much from VP as they now look further towards the east. And I think the part and parcel of that is because the zone has played away from phase. Phase number 7, we're about to go to phase number 8. So maybe they're expecting them already playing onto the hill with the commotion happening down in that southwest side. Donut fully up, Perfectic example, and Lucarux the only 2 in, but a full phase team now out. I would not be surprised to see Lou Battalions maybe focus their attention on this side just to ensure phase play the flat ground, and if phase go across the top side, it's going to be match set for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, I think for FaZe, if they had 4 up, they probably would have spread out a little bit more, tried to gain more ground. But instead, they've kind of just been playing off of the circle, kept their compound in, play the roof. Anyone looks to push over this hill. In this instance, if Twisted Minds were to keep moving up that hill, then they're just pretty much going to be fodder.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds can't really go much further than this, and they don't really need to go further than this. Eventually, with the way that the circle now presents for Phase 8 going into Phase 9, FaZe need to make their way down the hill, so Twisted Minds in a much better position. Lucarux, though, still a bit of a thorn in the side of maybe both teams at this point. I mean, I don't think he's going to favor one or the other.
Yeah.
I'm curious what FaZe will do. Nothing really to lose. You're at the point in the tournament where for FaZe, it's not really going to matter. I don't think Twisted Minds are going to be capable of actually overtaking them. What is that? 24-point gap, 1 game to go coming into this. They're both at this point in the game, similar kills, yada, yada, yada. So I don't think they'd be too worried.
No.
Certainly can't deny right now because of Lucarux too, so you can't even do that. Otherwise you get 3rd instead of 2nd.
And again, I think Twisted Minds don't have the full information. I think they're expecting our FaZe team to be on that hill where they're kind of getting to now. I think that's where they think they are. That's why they've not pushed further in, because it would be a death fall. That's why they've kind of held back on their ridge. FaZe now working this way. And then you look FaZe on the other side. They can hear the shots from Lucarux, and the polar bear growls, but they don't know where he is. So there's a blue zone nade launching out. They're just trying to see if he plays peekaboo. That's a good blue zone nade as well. It's been launched by some distance, but not to be found. And here comes the dot. The dot goes into the middle. Would you argue to say maybe FaZe have got the better end zone here as they got this little hill to play? It might be a Rapid the Blue. It might be a who activates and works their way around. Looks like Fex. Well, he's going to try and play peekaboo over the top. But Dorlings, well, he's already waiting. A few little heads appear, but nothing connecting just yet. Gustav has the AW, and here come the nades. Look at the triple nade. Quadruple nade's going to be coming out, though, as Twisted Minds go for a full util dump now as I see multiple heads from FaZe. But it's Fex's nades that hits first.
Yeah, I mean, the util dump, though, doesn't really connect. Vex took a little bit of damage. Maybe the second layer of nades might do a little bit of better job. The guns, the firing here might also be somewhat better with some good tagging on to Gustav. Lucarux can move off of this as well. Is there a world in which he wins this as a solo? Well, it's certainly possible. This is the only way it actually ends up happening. Big nade from Corexi finishes off Lu, so makes it a 3 versus 3. Still with Lucarux as a solo. Big double nade, though, from Example. Changes the course of this fight. Suddenly, it's a 3 versus 1 versus 1. Gustav sending out some smokes. Don't forget about Lucarux. He's starting to get a wrap on that western side of the circle. Perfectic's knocked down by Gustav, but Gustav, we say goodbye. Big nade from Bachulans. Lucarux will get 2nd place at minimum now for VP, but could he get the win? Certainly possible. Perfectic's still on the ground. He's not getting revived anytime soon. Example needs to take the fight. Peek's over. He's just better, though. Twisted Minds with a 12-kill win, the penultimate game of the EMEA qualifiers, and they get a huge chicken dinner.
Big kills as well. Big kills, 12, 22-point game. Oh, Lucarux might be saying half a second before, maybe a whole second and a bit. He could have been dangerous. He hit a bite. He held out towards 2nd. You can't tuck that guy in as easy as you thought Patulins tried. But he run open terrain, and he was there to survive with VP. He might have been pushing a bit more. He might have got that chicken dinner, but I think the game hugely went to Twisted Minds. They set up, massive util dump. Fex refused to go down, but eventually Twisted Minds were able to claim it.
Yeah, I've been casting this game for a very long time, Mark, but that solo effort from Lucarux would certainly be right up there, considering the circumstances where you've got someone laser sighted into your location. You got to get from a rock to the tree, then out into the open, then you put down your shield. Then after that, you've got to have the patience, the diligence to not panic, to not worry, then push out right time to get 2nd place there, to even be in the conversation. An incredible effort from Luca Rux. VP get 9 points from that game. FaZe with 22. And what was it? A 24-point gap between Twisted Minds and FaZe. So clearly that gets shrunk a little bit going into the last game. We could put a line through Hal, just the 1 point here in the penultimate match. So for FaZe Clan, BB, you can see Twisted Minds up into third. Now, they're a global power ranking team, so they're already going to the LAN. So it does then shift that slot down to Gaming Gladiators, who have got themselves a 22-point buffer to Hal, with VP, of course, being another global power ranking team. But it means for Twisted Minds, Mark, huge game, because they've gone now from 7th into 4th into 3rd. The PGC points that you get for those respective positions have been an increasing amount. So they go to 3rd. Maybe they could even get to 2nd. Who knows? It's been a big day for them. More points on offer. Well, the LAN positions look like they're locked up. PGC points up for grabs. We've got a break. When we come back, it will be the final game here for the qualifiers. Well, we get to the final game. It's been a journey. It's been a really fun one. It's been a really somewhat long one in such a short amount of time. We've had so many different storylines develop and then break down and then reignite. And unfortunately, we do come into this final game with not really the most dramatic of finishes. It is what it is, Mark. These tournaments don't always pan out the way we'd want. We don't always get the fairy tale finish, but we've still got a lot to cover for this last game. The PGC points. I know there's been certainly some confusion regarding, this event in terms of like, what are these players playing for? The PGC points, the LAN, the money aspect, etc. In terms of top 3, you get yourself the EWC. If you're a global power ranking team, of course, then you shift that slot down anyway, right? The PGC points up for grabs. You can go find all of this information on Wikipedia, by the way. And of course, the event itself, the Esports World Cup, $2 million LAN. I mean, it's a pretty big prize pool.
And I think that's why, again, people are like, why is there no prize pool here? Well, this is the qualifiers. This is just the start of the journey for some of these teams. Some of them already secured their spot. This final game, will we see any big changes? I very much doubt it. I think we can draw a line. 22 points, how really need in this. Is it possible? Yes, it is. But there's so many other factors. So I think for me, I kind of draw my line in the sand and go, we've already got our top 3. Now what we're looking for in this last game is where do we line up when it comes down to the global point ranking? Because yes, I think we've got our golden tickets. We've got our teams already secure, which we know already from the power rankings. But again, it's the bigger year, isn't it? 2024. Every little opportunity you can get, every new point you can gain or take away from a team is 5 points potentially more until you get into those top spots.
Yep. So as we head into the final game, FaZe Clan, 150 points, top spot, 146 points, Bet Boom. No, in other tournaments, there is that battle for first. The difference between first and second in this instance is not, a monetary one, but 45 PGC points. Something to really probably look at in this game, Mark. I think that's where we can maybe draw the attention to these kind of battles. 4 points is nothing. 4 points is absolutely nothing between BetBoom and FaZe. And you think about what's that 45 points difference. You kind of look at where these two teams sit as well in terms of their overall PGC points right now. They're not in the qualifying positions. FaZe need all the points they can get. They're behind the likes of Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, BetBoom even further behind. So they need all the points that they can absolutely acquire. So this is actually a really big game for the likes of FaZe, for the likes of BetBoom, Twisted Minds. The more points you get here after taking out PEC Spring, the less stress you have going into PEC Fall to, back that up because you've gotten the middle ground points here in EWC. So for BetBoom, for FaZe, this actually ends up being a really big game. 4 points separating you for 45 points. Well, PGC points. Yeah, this is going to be a huge game.
It's a huge game. And again, Liquipedia must be the best place to get the reference points from. But BetBoom only on 60 global points at the moment. They come from PEC Spring. So they're in the point drive now. Every kill might be an extra 10 points for them if they do take a FaZe, which are on 135 at the moment. So big difference in actually the rankings so far. We'll talk about big differences this time. Well, Bumble Squad are getting the knocks on towards ATC. They do get one of the reses here. Try and go. Does miss, unfortunately, the drop down for Bumble Squad. Now Fuzzface has to go upstairs. They've got the opportunity to get a lid and a vest. They are fighting with next to nothing. Running 23 in the chamber. Marstek finds himself down again. DBNO and the Bumble Squad looking to pack a sting on this final game.
Yeah, on this final day in general as well for Bumble Squad. Wow. That's a huge nade, and that's the end of any trolls in chat. They go out with a bang, and for all the wrong reasons in the bottom four to start this game. Interesting circle as well for our final game. Yeah, disappointing end for such an intriguing tournament when it came to ATC, Mark. I really had high hopes. Day one, they were getting a couple of kills. They got a second place. And then they went on this really bad stretch to end day one, to then start day two. Then they get the win and we think, are they back? What can they do from here? And then nothing. Really, ever since they got that win, game 10, they couldn't do anything to follow it up.
Well, you asked for BetBoom and BB Team get a circle. It's an area which they are very well rehearsed. I wouldn't be surprised for them to kind of sit tight and try and capture any teams coming in from that northeast. And one of the teams they will know neighbouring to them because of the flight path will be FaZe, because they've not really been able to get to that Milta. Did they go further out? Did they come back on the other side of military? I think it's a bit too much of a risky play for them. FaZe do need a big game, but they do need to avoid our BB team. Football Sword will get over very quickly. They want to get caught on that bridge, but there's no one arguably there to catch them. And there are a couple of teams, like the likes of Twisted Minds, that need to also work their way in. I think this is going to come down to the PGC point grind on this last game. I'm really interested to see where these teams, where these 16 teams, because remember, every team in this lobby is getting PGC points. So start at 5, as I said before, we will go extra 5 every single time until we get to those top spots.
The interesting thing is, Twisted Minds probably enter the conversation too, because they're 14 points behind FaZe. I mean, they've been in the conversation, obviously, but like in terms of maybe overtaking both FaZe and BetBoom and just claiming all of the top points, number one spot, I think they can certainly do it. They've shown enough, at least today, especially. They got the win in the last game, 12 kills. You go and do that again, replicate that again, certainly possible. Game of Gladiators too, they're 4 points behind Twisted Minds. Those are more PGC points that they can acquire. 1 point separating Virtus Pro and Hal. So, you're kind of mentioning those PGC points and how for every spot it gets more and more and more. You're talking about like 1 point separating some teams, 4 points separating other teams. It's going to be a little bit topsy-turvy. So this is not the kind of game. Really do need to, reiterate it. While it's the final game and the land spots have certainly been sewn up, it's not a dead rubber. It's not a complete dead rubber. There are these teams are not treating this like a scrim game, especially if you're FaZe, your BetBoom, your Twisted Mind, your GG, your VP. They're fighting for these PGC points for their lives.
Well, let's put it into context. Last game, obviously, Twisted Minds got the win with the kills. They're 14 points off. If Twisted Minds go back to back here, they might. I know we're going to go. You need FaZe to go out early, right? But they could do it. They could do it. A lot of factors. That's what I like about these last games. It's gonna be madness. It's not a scrim, but it is a game 6 though, Xenox. So we're gonna see some interesting plays, like one of them with our BBL team rotating on by with a Panzer hanging out the window. She's just waiting for Ascend to try and take a bite. Well, it's Chris is gonna take a bite this time. Doesn't launch the Panzer, but BBL will continue to move. And actually, nope, they turn. They want to try and take this one on. There's double Panzer here. Double nades come out from Ascend. Who's got the best explosive power at the moment? Looks like Ascend has got the connection where needed, but it's not going to be long before one of these Panzers go flying out. They go flying out. No connection, and Lyron goes down from Brexco.
Yeah, I mean, the frag grenades actually doing a pretty decent amount of damage there. Ascend and BBL, two teams that certainly are not at the top end of the leaderboard, so this is more of a bit of a bottom scrap. Ascend trying to get out of the bottom 3. They're 2 points off the bottom 2. They go out early here, and it could be bottom 2 territory. Kiryakai finishes off Lyron, though. That's at least a decent start. That's one player down for BBL. They have not been so far successful at all. Brexco hasn't even made his way over towards this compound. Still out on the road. Maybe just trying to keep a better angle to make sure no one's wrapping. Schiller on the roof. It's Chris. Top floor. Trying to peek from the window. And this is, of course, dead center of the circle. So these are the kind of fights that are, yeah, more than comfortable for both teams to actually take. I don't think you're really going to be missing out in terms of position. You win, you get the loot anyway. Still a decent amount of loot around this area. Chance, it's Chris. Just poked his head through the window. Nearly got it taken off. And this is turning into a bit of a stalemate, though. But at least for Ascend, one player up.
Yep. Still got the additional number. Schiller's got a really bit of cover though, but how long? Teams will start to wrap their way in and into these positions. Looks like we've got Primal activated in our kill feed as well. These teams will be hankering down. This give or take roughly is the middle of the zone. We have a lot of water, so we have to give up and say goodbye. But Sheila using the smokes to try and deny the capabilities now for Ascend to look out. Nade comes out from Mika, will bounce back, forces smash on the inside, but Sheila able to get its Chris down. 3 remain now for Ascend. One's DBNO. Bumble Squad coming in for a crash as well. They've already dealt with ATC. I think they know they're going to try and deal with Ascend and BBL, but it's going to be BBL that's going to force. Unfortunately, the issue is they might have to turn and look back the other way. Bumble Squad arrive smooth, calm, and collective.
Schiller just still in the shack. Nade right in his direction, but it hits the door, bounces off. He's okay. Smoke plumes. And Schiller gets the escape path with that door being blown up, but he doesn't escape very far. Kiryakai on the other side gets the knockdown. Mika knocked by Madsi. Third party for Bumble Squad. It's been, I don't know, quite fully successful just yet. Smash, though, successful entry. Gets the knock and flush pretty quickly. And it's been a very, very messy fight, really, from all 3 of these teams.
It's been very messy. It's not clean at all. Yes, obviously, Game 6 antics, but generally speaking, it's quite slow. The crash come in, Ascend get the upper hand, but unable to finish. See, with Bumble Squad playing in behind, that's going to cause some issues, but great drop of the shoulder, though, with the Iron Deep Nade first entering. Just on the outside, the slip into the arms of our team Ascend. Smash can maybe try and get this res, but KZL also now playing on that north side. They're going to be able to get great lines of sight onto this compound as well. No need for them just to push in just yet because the kill feed has not lining up as much as they would be expecting. Brexco, I think he knows he might be playing this game number 6 as a solo.
Yeah, nothing worse. Final game of the tournament. Down to a solo position. Everyone's probably ready to just log off, call it quits. It's not been, yeah, it's not been a good tournament for Ascend Club. Yeah, Mika flushed by Smash. And 2 kills. Ultimately, though, they're coming off, yeah, the worst of the 3 teams. Even BBL have been able to manage the 3 kills. The Bumble Squad will come away somewhat okay. 40 seconds until phase 2. Does this circle give us something crazy? You know, it's interesting throughout the 18 games, and including this one now, I feel like we haven't had super crazy circles. Maybe there's like an APAC modifier, but we usually get some absolute doozies. These have been pretty default, pretty standard, which is good for the competition. I think it's always, the players certainly prefer it. I just want something crazy. I want a bit of fun. It's the last game. Go to Primorsk. Go into the
Agent
water,
of
please.
chaos. You are agent
Absolutely.
of chaos. Love
Where's
it.
Paper Thin when we need him?
I love it, mate. 8-pack multiplier. Now, this is EMEA. We like cool, calm, collective, disciplined, well-rehearsed, well-trained zones.
Boring.
You ain't getting any mad. This is not going to military, this one. It's going back up towards that Llama Hill quarry in situ. Vard in a really good spot as well, as you'll be able to get a lot of information. Doesn't mean a lot of teams are going to play off Snowmobile in towards from the east. So VP, Twisted Minds are all going to clash. On the boys are on the air. They're going to come over the top of that as well. So I think we might see a few more teams descend. And it doesn't mean now, unfortunately, well, Vorpal sort of arrive for a bit of third party in the action we were just watching. But they don't need to leave just yet. The zone's not going to force it. But more importantly, it's going to force the teams away from it.
Yeah, I think the south side over to the west side wrap certainly open for these teams on the beach. You got obviously a pretty inundated eastern side. There's a lot of teams. There's a lot of teams coming in from that Gatka field position. So I don't know if that's the wrap potential there. Bit of a mini send here. Betboom wanting to just take the warehouse compound. Tasu, no, he's literally like looking the wrong way. Turns around. They've already walked in the front door. He didn't even realize it. And then Spyro from behind gets the run over. That is just traumatic for KZL. They will certainly give this compound up as the solo Brexco is eliminated. And that's the end of Ascend Club. I don't know where they're going to finish. It might be second last. It might be third last. KZL not looking too much crash hot, to be fair. So they might just avoid the bottom two.
Oof. 1, 2, maybe. Reload. There he goes. Oh, it's down. Another 2. BBL. They've Ascend actually cleared one of Vorpal's sword, and BBL obviously clearing their Bumble squad down to their final player, and somehow, some way, there are no teams that can unstick BBL. They're down to their final player, looking to try and get another confirm on the board as Vorpal sword. Well, it's their turn to try.
Just touching on the 12-minute mark, it's been a very intriguing final game. We haven't really seen any of the big hitters. It's all been the scrappy, lowly teams fighting it out here on the beach, on the coastline. BBL, now Smash. Oh, an opportunity. I thought they were going to line up momentarily. Back to the DBS, back to safety, back up top here in the pancake. Smash has found some stims. He's still got good helmet and armor. He's actually well positioned to continue to defend that stairwell. That's a difficult prospect to push up into. This has been a strange old fight at the compound. Vorpal swords don't even really know what they've walked into.
Into one kill so far. They're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. This is a party they didn't want to get involved in. Oh, look, Face. Hello. They want some more kills. Gustav will cruise on in. Let's see if they can clear this up themselves as Vorpal Sword full line pushing towards the dangerous duo. Looks like Gustav will get the first. So, hello. Where another team now arrives as Vorpal Sword now have to look south the way they came because the beach wasn't clear. But we still got a DBS upstairs. Dangerous hit, especially. Vorpal Sword have seen it, though, and they've heard it. So, I think they're eager to deal with it, but not that quickly. Oh, Neighbour sees the temptation. The head, oh, nearly takes the wig off. He's running down another. He's going down, shoots another one, but doesn't get the connection. And Smash reminds him, don't come upstairs. I've got a DBS.
Yeah, and guess who's arriving? FaZe. Look at the minimap. They've just made their way over. They want to get involved on this, although I don't know if actually committing is the play just yet. Wait for this circle pop. Where does it go? Phase 3, Quarry. Okay. I mean, I guess if you want to fight it out, get some kill points, go ahead, have some fun for FaZe Clan. And as they pull up on the coast side, you can get a sense of the commotion that is going on here. VP have also made their way in. E pick up, coming in late. Na'Vi on the move, north side of the quarry, which is completely occupied right now by Gaming Gladiators. Good position for them on the late game. Twisted Minds playing edge. And Betboom still at that warehouse, so they've got a good spot. There's the parachute down for VP. Certainly won't need any vehicles if they can get this eastern side quarry locked down in their location, and no one has been able to stop them from taking this position. Nicely executed for Virtus Pro.
Yep, it was for free. Gaming Gladiators obviously not really been in the kill feed. They're going to reposition to that south side, hoping it's going to play back their way and they can try and get those kills, you know, into that forestry area. Another team we've not really seen how, not really been involved, have they? And that's a game where if they stood half a chance, they needed to really, really go for it at the moment. FaZe, I think they're eager for some points. We go back to them. They're on the outside looking in. Smash, still alive. Juiced up, still alive, as well as the solos causing huge amounts of issues. Obviously, Ascend, they were the first to fall from it. Vorpal Sword were the third party, but they might become victims to that DBS that's upstairs.
Yeah, I don't think FaZe want to get too overly aggressive here. The way they've positioned, they're kind of just positioned to be the ones to clean up. They've got the broom, they're ready, but they don't want to go in just yet. And I think that's really the right play for them. It does mean, you know, if this ends up being a quarry finish, you're coming in quite late, out of position. So it does mean for FaZe, I think, honestly, you really do need to capitalize here. You need some kills. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting time, and then you're not going to get key position later on. You got to remember, it's only that 4-point gap to BetBoom, and BetBoom has got a far superior positional advantage going into the next circles.
They do. Face Lamp. Well, I think you're right. They're just waiting. They're waiting for it to kick off, and they'll almost be sweep in. No one else, from what I can see, is playing the wide wrap just at the moment. There is a temptation on the map feed that we've got that they might find another team over here. I just kind of expect them to be in that trench area a bit further over. Gustavo takes a step too far and gets punished for it, though, but not as punished as Nailip, as Batalions will get the knock and confirm pretty quickly from Twisted Minds on towards Foot Esports.
I think Gustav should be fine to get brought back up. And again, you know, you might be sensing like this doesn't look like it's going well for FaZe, but it's pretty much going to plan. Outside of the Gustav knock, of course that is, but their idea is to just hold the fence, hold outside, don't push in. Oh, that nade almost getting through the window. Yeah, Lou finding a kill onto 8C. Don't forget about Twisted Minds. They can certainly rack up the kills quickly. Good position on the north side of this circle. Phase 4 coming our way inside of 5 seconds. Do we go south to the beach? It would be handy for FaZe. Anything into the quarry, probably not ideal. And, well, there is said not ideal circle if you're FaZe clan. For BetBoom, it's not bad. It's a quarry finish, though. These are fun. He's absolutely frantic, though. Virtus Pro, that E pickup has worked absolutely wonders.
Yep. Put themselves right in the middle now. The Foot and Force will take out in 14th place. I don't think the qualification that they wanted. Twisted Minds, though, as you mentioned before, they're on the push forward, but unfortunately on the push forward to Hound, the team that needed the 22 points to be in a talking point to be going towards Esports World Cup. But with one down, I think we can start counting them out. Let's see what Quebec can do. The Mads on reinforcements, they're going to try and push Twisted Minds back, but no kills. One man down. They have to go full send. There are enough players in the lobby to claim it, but it might be a little too late, especially we've got no lid. There goes another one down. You've got no nades. You've got no opportunity to try and get back here. Final 2 remain. More util dump coming over from How. Can they get anything out of this last one here? There goes the blue zone. They are fighting down to the dangerous duo as they're looking to try and get the first couple of points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, no kills right now for How. They needed, what, 20-plus points this game? Yeah, it's not happening. It looks as if their time could be done soon. I say that, though, and they do pick up 4 kills. Mad stays alive, wins that out, wipes out Twisted Minds, and can all but confirm they cannot get top 2. That's locked in. In fact, Gaming Gladiators can now overtake Twisted Minds and get themselves into the top 3 by themselves. It's a 25-point gap then to Twisted Minds to VP. That's pretty large, so I think it should still end up being top 4 for Twisted Minds, but yeah, disappointing way for them to finish up. And here's the cleanup crew. It's not quite a broom, it's a nade, but it does the same job. It sweeps up Vorpal Swords. Tuster in the building, he'll get swept by the numbers. Those actually on the backside, outside, and a good spray down through the barred windows. Those aren't always easy to shoot through. It's just a knock onto James. It's the end of Bumble squad. We appreciated them this tournament. They were fun to watch. 5 kills for FaZe, though. And that just gives them a little bit more separation to BetBoom, who have been held up in their warehouse for a couple of circles now.
Looks like Fex is putting the new target on the board. There's Primal wrapped around in the south, and obviously with the zone shift, they're in our position to try and take the victor of the compound. But Fex is kind of telling me he doesn't want him to go anywhere. Might be the next target acquired for FaZe, because when the snowballs roll in, FaZe might be claiming a few more points. KZL going to try and take on Hound. They did get 4. It's now 20 points left for them to claim, but you know, soon running out of points. They're soon running out, and every other kill that FaZe get is confirming that Hound out at the moment. Hey, there's a quick kill confirmed. Gustav correctly are able to go, and Primal might have just bitten off a little bit more than they want, especially from a team that's currently sitting on one of the top spots.
I think that's 6 for FaZe. Don't think we've seen BetBoom really fighting. They haven't really been able to. You take key position, you take key real estate. That's just the downside. Kind of putting into FaZe's hand. How wiped out? Done. So top 3 confirmed for EWC. mean, it really was confirmed at the end of the last game, but, you know, you always statistically can't confirm it until now. Gaming Gladiators Bet Boom FaZe will be heading to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, along with Twisted Minds, Virtus.pro, and Na'Vi, the global power ranking teams representing EMEA. And Prime will go out, more kills for FaZe. Talk about a way to finish strong. You know, that 4-point gap to Bet Boom is extending quickly. I would imagine it's like a 12-point gap now.
Every kill they get, they're confirming those points. They really do want all the PGC points where they can. They want to secure that spot, don't they? I think we've got some on the board, but FaZe, you know, clearing out, and actually that south side will be pretty clear now for them. Back towards Quarry, so the boys find themselves in Gaming Gladiators and VP, and obviously Gaming Gladiators like BB Team. They're up there, but they've been quite quiet. They've not been able to get the kills I think they want, or to try and close and maybe take a spot away from the other team. So bad showing. Some of the boys, they were in contention early today, but with those first 2 games under the belt, I think that was them done and dusted. So I think they're fighting for those final couple of points. Zone shift down towards the south. I'd argue to say it's going FaZe's way. Feels like FaZe Sunday for me, because it is Sunday, and it was FaZe Sunday for you yesterday, so double bubble for them. You got to give them the next zone as well. Surely it's going to retract back down towards the south.
Yeah, I think that sounds perfect for them. Yeah, it's not an ultra quarry game. They don't have to make their way in. They can play the field, the tree. They've already got a bunch of games. It's not ideal as well for Bet Boom. Although, Virtus.pro have just gotten an absolute freebie. Talk about a gift. KZL send it straight into that. And Virtus.pro, yeah, they're pretty content. I think actually with that, it should confirm they will finish above HAL. So that's top 5 confirmed for Virtus.pro. Which is, yeah, pretty decent. I don't think they're going to get anything further than that, though, with the 20-plus point gap. They would have to probably, honestly, go get like another 12 kills plus the win to even enter that conversation. But top 5 for VP, yeah, not awful. I think that will be certainly the kind of team, I think, going into Riyadh that if they just can find a bit more consistency throughout the course of the tournament, they are a threat. They're a very, very good team. Their best shown here in the qualifiers has been really good, but it highlights their day. Yeah. The last 5 or 6 games, 11th, 2nd, 10th, 2nd, 13th, 2nd. This final game at least breaks that streak, but too little too late.
Might be too little too late, but if they are in 5th at the end of this one, puts them on a nice 80 PTC points as well, and the 6 is obviously 55, so they get that jump up, they get that opportunity to take a few more. But you're right, I think that comes back to that PGC 3 versus 4, where actually we saw them not perform too well, but they reset, they found that consistency, and that's why they're in that power ranking. Let's see if they can do it again. Zone shifts away back to FaZe. I think you've gifted them. We're now going to see Gaming Gladiators making the move, but Sauna Boys will get one. And they overextends in towards the Sauna Boys. We're pretty quiet in this location, so I'll give him that. He might just not have seen it because Gaming Gladiators are here very, very early on.
Yeah, don't fret if you're a GG fan. They don't need anything else. They're fine. They're locked in. They're going to Riyadh. They're getting top 3. And yeah, what are they? Top 6 now. I'm just trying to think. How many kills do Twisted Minds have? I don't think they had too many. This is the downside of no live leaderboard, is having to try and do math and think back. And what did they have? I didn't quite grab it. It was a 4-point gap. They get a couple of kills here. It should be all but confirmed they'll get top 3 themselves, which I think would be rightful. Certainly deserved it. Fox on the run. A couple of shots landing from Jempty, but not enough to get the DBNO.
Definitely worth mentioning. I know chat talking about it as well. So just confirm power rankings from Twire. And that's where we've got our Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and VP. They already secured their spots towards Esports World Cup. And then for this event, for this qualification, so far in the EMEA region, we are looking for a top 3. So exclude those teams. If they were 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, then we would have gone 4th, 5th, and 6th. But as it stands, they are not. So we're looking for a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd here. So it'll be them plus our top 3 from here, which we can give or take confirm out at the moment. But we'll see where they land, because the PGC points will matter at the end. Rockstar trying to hit back. Jempty goes down. Fex gets best boom though, and there goes Jempty, confirmed out by Dante. You talked up what happened now. So Sauna Boys on the back burner. Things will go back. Slide that one rolls nicely, but not nice enough, as GG will hold the ridge nicely. And they will continue to try and move in. Final player for him, and that's going to be El Scott, as he's just holding out behind the tree. And there's a 3 for Gaming Gladiators pushing on in.
Yeah, Na'Vi making something as well of this final game, trying to get involved, get in the scrap. A lot of our top teams actually still amongst it in this game. You know, your Phasers, your Na'Vis, your Gaming Gladiators, you got Virtus Pro. So it's a bet boom as well. So really stacked finish. We saw a lot of those, you know, kind of lower seeded teams fighting early, especially on the coastline. So no surprise to see these more top-ended teams fighting it out. So said, yeah, not in a great position here. That blue is bearing down on him. A nade in towards Nixie. Nixie able to stay alive right now. That smoke is dissipating, so he's not going to have too much cover. He goes prone, plays the snake. On the other side of this little ridge. So set though. Yeah, too good. Another nade on top of the head of Nixie. And along with Defex, able to wipe out Virtus Pro. But Na'Vi don't survive much longer anyway. They get taken down. The combination of Gaming Gladiators and VP down to the final 4 teams. Sort of boys with a solo player in Elska who's still alive. Jeems, 9 kills. Spots out Spyro. For Bet Boom, they have not done enough this game. It will mean FaZe will win the qualifier. They will finish first. A doozy absolutely finished off. I think back to the end of day 1 or the start of day 2. Can't recall. I'm getting old. But I do remember telling you, Mark, FaZe was the team that I had on my mind that could go another step and could be the team to take this lobby by storm. I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so.
Yeah, you can do. We haven't got the Agent of Chaos that everyone knows they're a team that I absolutely love watching. Actually, most teams in here that made the qualifications are got a lot of time and respect for. And I was a little bit worried after day number 1 with FaZe and they're unable to get the placement points, but they got the kills. Now they're getting the placement points and the kills when this team is on fire. All cylinders are burning. It's going down. It's a 4 versus 1. Rocks will say, no, you're not having a clean sweep, but it's a winner-winner chicken dinner. FaZe Clan will take 24 points. It is the final game, the final opportunity for qualification. It was huge, and that team was on fire, especially from day 2 to day 3. FaZe get a clean sweep. 14 kills. They've got the damage. They got the assist. You even gave them the blessing of the zone. As they will be happy with that last game.
Yeah, and you kind of touched on it. And to reiterate for those that maybe missed day 1, FaZe had 6 placement points through 6 games. That was their start. That was the way they began. You know, Na'Vi were leading. I think FaZe would have been around maybe 6th or 7th, something like that. But the way they were playing, Mark, they were still getting those kills. Everything was flowing nicely. They just couldn't quite get the survivability to follow. So I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, these guys are just kind of like one cog away from being able to turn the wheel properly. They showed that then on day 2, followed then into day 3, and even found another level. Congratulations to FaZe, number 1 spot of the EMEA qualifier. They will be heading off to Riyadh for EWC, along with Bet Boom, of course, along with Gaming Gladiator. One good thing throughout all of this is we don't have to worry too much about, did someone make it? We got to do the maths or anything. I've had my fair share of issues in the past where I think a team's qualled or not qualled. We know who's going, of course, and look, for FaZe, I would love to have seen their 2nd and 3rd day points compared to everyone else, because they would have been head and shoulders, as there is the confirmation, of course, qualification to EWC, the Esports World Cup, $2 million prize pool. Big opportunity for FaZe, for Bet Boom, for Gaming Gladiators, and again, just to reiterate, Mark, Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, Na'Vi also will be joining these guys. They had already qualified through the global power ranking system.
That's a big shout. And do you know what I actually really like? It's not the teams at the top that are already qualified. So, like, yes, in RV, a VP, Twisted Mind, got a lot of love and respect for them as well. But if they were at the top, then they would have got themselves the points. Actually, FaZe, BB, and Gaming Gladiators, they fought hard. And as a result, yes, they get the golden ticket towards EWC, but they also get those PTC points that we've been harping on about for so long. But that's a good result. 174 points. And you already alluded to it. FaZe were on fire when it came to killing. 122 kills after 18 games. That is huge.
Absolutely massive. It really highlights, I guess, the discrepancy to their placement point to kill ratio, but that's not an issue when you've got 122 kills. In the end, it only ends up being a 23-point gap. Nothing absolutely super substantial, but a really good highlight, I think, for this particular tournament, how close the lobby actually was throughout the 3 days of action. We certainly get the rightful winner. I think 18 games is always a really good kind of point. You think back to the original days of PUBG, especially when it came to Europe, and it used to be like, what, 60 games played or something ridiculous like that. I think we've got a pretty fair assumption as to the way this lobby played out by the 18th game. Well deserved for FaZe, and along with the other teams that did qualify. But Mark, I'll kind of give you the final floor here as we do look to close things out. It's been an absolute pleasure, but your final thoughts here on the qualifier.
final thoughts, it has been close. I know we had a little bit of break around the day number 3, but it's what I love about this region. They're able to obviously work their way down. We saw a great day number 1, and it was every team had the opportunity. It hasn't been like a run away from day number 1, and I've got to love that. Big respect for the teams that are qualified. Big respect for the teams that are already qualified on the power rankings as well, and still here to still fight it out for those PGC points. I just obviously want to take the opportunity as well for myself personally to thank the observers and all the production team behind, because I think they've done an amazing job. But I'm really excited, but we're not the final set though, are we, Xenox? We still have some more PUBG to do.
Yeah, we certainly do. A couple of hours. Of course, the North America qualifiers will also conclude, so make sure you stay tuned. Don't go too far. Maybe go watch the football because it's about to end. But either way, big shout out to everyone for watching here. It's been an absolute pleasure for myself personally as well. Absolutely grateful experience to be a part of the EMEA region. Top-notch quality, top-notch fans. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope everyone enjoyed the broadcast. We honestly had so much fun, Mark. It's been honestly an absolute treat to essentially watch the best of the best, you know, like absolutely top-notch quality. Best of luck to the teams that, of course, qualified over to Riyadh. They go. Looking forward to seeing how all of that action does take place. Again, NA qualifiers in a couple of hours. Don't miss it, and hopefully you can cheer on your teams at Riyadh.